please. Another mic. Okay, now we are assuming all of us know each other's name. Now the second instruction. The person seated at the extreme right of that row. The person seated at the extreme right of that row. Kindly raise your hand. The extreme right. For example, this row, the extreme right is this, right? So all of the people on the extreme right, raise up your hand. On the extreme right, raise up your hand. Ladies and gentlemen, the next instruction. If you're seated on the extreme right, raise up your hand. And then stand up, just stand up. Thank you for the mic. Mic check. Okay. Extreme right of this row. Extreme right, it's you. Okay. Can we have another mic, please? Two more mics. Two more mics for each row. Thank you. Aha. Now kindly, the instruction was very simple. Make sure you know each other's name, okay? So, okay. Now we are ready to go.
Yes.
I see that row. Hold on, what's happening here? Who is the one on the extreme right? Okay. The exercise is over. So we assume we know each other's names, okay? Okay, now. Extreme right, kindly stand up. Extreme right of that row. People are still getting to know each other's names. Okay. We're going to start here. Silence in the room. Silence in the room. But people, I thought we were supposed to use just a minute or two to get each other's name. We're done now. Now is the time of reckoning. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Kenyan Cafe, where we're going to know each other even better. Let's give each other a hand. Now, we are going to do it randomly for this round. Even if you like, keep quiet. Okay, no. Now, that is rule number one. Make sure that the name you say is the right name, okay?
Yes.
And if it is wrong, just admit you don't know, okay? Okay. Now, we are going to start with the gentleman with the Ugandan flag. The gentleman with the Ugandan flag. I'm going to give you the mic. It's very simple. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, now, the name recognition part has passed, okay? So let's just concentrate and we get to know each other. Your name?
Haron Omara.
Haron, okay. Haron, the lady at the extreme left, what's her name?
Harriet.
Is there a Harriet here? There's no Harriet here. That's okay. The lady on the extreme left with the laptop, what's her name?
Her name is Anne.
Anne, is that your name? Let's give them a hand. The gentleman on the extreme left, what's his name?
Adonis.
Okay, there's something happening here. I think, ladies and gentlemen, it seems there's an agreement here that whichever name is mentioned, people clap. No. Okay. That's why we have name tags, okay? So we're going to cross-check. Ladies and gentlemen, the front row, the lady on the extreme left, what's her name?
Amra.
Confirm, please. Confirm.
No.
That's not her name. You see? We're coming here. The lady on the extreme left, what's her name?
Atim.
Confirming. Let's give them a hand. Okay, we are confirming. Gentleman, the gentleman on the extreme left, what's his name?
Some from Uganda.
Some from Uganda, is that it? Let's give them a hand. Okay, final round. The lady on the extreme left, what's her name?
Virginia from Kenya.
Let's give them a hand. Second round. Kindly make sure the people standing, you'll be the prefects, the class prefects. Kindly make sure each of you, as you're seated there, exchange the city where you were born. Each of you, 2 minutes. Get to know the city where each of you was what? Was born. There's a way we will clarify. We will confirm. 2 minutes. The city where you were born. The city. Oh, some were not born in the cities, eh?
Country, perhaps.
Not the country. It can be a region. I'm sure there was a town. Whichever city or town. Confirm.
It's a town.
The city or town.
Goma.
So, hold on. The rule is that all of you must know each other's city, okay? All of you must know each other's city. Ugandans don't have cities. City or town? Thank you for that clarification. Ladies and gentlemen, just to confirm, each and every person in the group must know. It's not the leader to know. All of you must know each other's town or city, okay? Where you are born. Okay, we are done. Now we are starting. We are short of time. We are starting. We're going to start from this row. Okay, captains, take your positions. Hey, I'm hearing a town called Timbuktu. Which one is that? Okay, let's have the mic here. Kindly signal to her. Let's have the mic here. Okay. It's working. Check. You just give it a check.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
This is Emery Rujirangoga from Rwanda.
Aha. Now it's very simple. When you're given the mic, you can nominate someone or you can do it yourself. Just give us at least 4 towns. Yes. You can choose any town that you remember, okay? Yes. Let's go. 1, 2, go. Give us and we're assuming you know the name. So the name and the town, okay?
Yes.
Okay, Captain, over to you.
Yes, this is
Let's
Valine.
pay attention, please. Let's pay attention. We have begun.
Valine, born
Excuse
in
me,
Nairobi.
hold on. Silence in the room. Captains. 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 Captain in an Adidas stop. We have started. Sorry to... thank you. Okay.
Yeah. This
Let's
is
go.
Valine, born in Nairobi. This is Cocktail, born in Kakamega. This is Amira, born in Juba, South Sudan. So I think these are... Okay, 3.
One more.
And then that is Josephine, born in Yambio.
Born in?
Yambio. Right, got it.
Which town is that?
Yambio,
Yambio. Where is that?
in South Sudan, Western Equatoria.
Okay, let's give this row a hand. Awesome. Pass the mic to the row, the gentleman who was very active, getting to know 4 people, name and town.
Thank you. Maria, Dar es Salaam. My name is David Pitia from South Sudan, Juba. Maria, Dar es Salaam, Kikwete,
Kikwete?
Arusha.
Hold on. Are we sure that's the name?
Yeah. This is the name.
Okay. Let me just come over to confirm.
Chihoho. Come and confirm. Chihoho.
Hold on. We just want to confirm the name. Eh?
His father names.
No.
Kikwete, you can say.
People, there's no Kikwete here. That's disqualified. Let's continue. Eh?
Chihoho, Bukavu, Elizabeth, Kampala, Regina, Kigali, Anok, Kampala, Sam, Kampala.
Hey, let's give them a hand. The second last row is this one. This is just 3. Let's just make sure at least. Sorry about that.
Okay, good morning everyone. I'm
Morning.
Nyesiga Agatha. I'm from Uganda, Kampala, and I'm going to start from the other side. That's Virginia Nyeri, right? That's Anthony from Sola.
Anthony from?
Sola.
Hold on. Anthony.
From Sweden, Sola. The city is Sola.
It's very correct.
Sola. S-O-L-A.
S-A-L-A. Sala.
Sala. Thank you. Eh?
That's a pronunciation in Uganda, yeah? So that's Lawrence Wanyama, Uganda. That's from Nairobi. She's called who? She's called Namwe. You guys. Diana, Nairobi. Kylie, Kampala.
Let's give them a hand. Final row is here. Now this is one group, right? Yes. Now we just want to make sure. For this one, we're going to give you at least 7 people. Let's go.
We are not 7 people. Maken, Meru.
Hold on. What?
Meru. Maken.
Her name?
Maken.
Okay.
Makena.
Okay.
Stella. Thika.
Okay.
Sam from Arua. Eunice from. Let me start back. She's Stella from Bungoma. Eunice from Nakuru.
But I'm seeing some people are being skipped here.
Olga.
Olga.
Then.
From
Denmark.
Denmark is the city. The city.
Copenhagen. Yeah.
One more. I'm coming. One more. Yes.
Manon from France. The city is Paris. Yeah.
Let's give them a hand.
Here, this side.
We want to welcome our leader McKenna to give opening remarks, but where? Hold on. Now this is what we're going to do.
Okay.
Now we need to begin, but this is what we encourage you kindly. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, we have received a lot of capacity building. But remember that capacity building also needs networking for impact. Are we together? So this exercise is just to remind each and every one of us kindly, there are over 100 cities represented here, by the way. So kindly use this resource. Thank you. Let me hand it over to Rina and team. Let's give ourselves a hand. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. This is much better? Oh, okay. How are you guys? Good. Okay, just to show you that yesterday we got the okay from the leadership to have a stand right outside where you can come and we can discuss more about the SDGs. And as you know, I have been named the SDG lady, But I'm not the only one who knows a little bit about the SDGs. So over to you, Liz.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Sarkar Kumtima, and I'm from Burundi. I'll be just right there at the SDG stand to talk about SDG. We want to hear from you. We want to hear which SDG you stand for, why, and what is your contribution. So be right there. Please join us. Let's talk about SDGs. And yes, thank you.
Thank you. Let's give a hand to Madam McKenna. Madam McKenna, Executive Director of MS Training Center for Development Corporation.
Good morning. Good morning. It's day what? How do you feel? If you feel good, give me like who this is the most powerful guy I know who can tell me to move and I move. He's making me very official, and today I didn't want official matters because it's day 3, isn't it? Or day 2? Who is here for the first time? Who was not here on Monday and yesterday? So we are out to, welcome, Olga. You are in the right place. Whoever is in this room, and there's echo people, we are changing Africa. We are changing the trajectory of Africa from the way we look at development, from the way, let me use the word, use the young people. We do not want to use young people anymore, but to empower young people in the prerequisite skills that they need in the holistic approach to development. So it's not about, SDG 1 or 2 or what, but is how do we link together. So today I'm just doing a very welcoming remark, just say I'm excited. Those of you who have looked at the program, I don't know if you're feeling like me, because I remember when we started from MDGs to SDGs, and I was one of the people who was protesting, but the time I saw SDG 5, I said, I'm quiet, because those who are seated here today in Africa, I don't know if you have realized the international media has blocked us out of news. So where we have conflict or the floods that are happening, nobody's talking about it because of the things that are happening in the north. I think it's about time Africa invested its own international media, that we can also be putting our issues forefront. Yesterday was a very rich day for me in terms of when the fellows were pitching, and we do indeed have the solutions. So one of the key things that really I hope that YouLead is going to do is to make sure that we have resolutions that are getting to the policymakers, but not just getting to the policymakers, but the young people are also seated in that space, so that we invest in research, we scale up the work that we have seen, we put knowledge on the table to bridge the gap, because I think you are the brains of Africa today. Whatever you have, that generational gap needs to be filled by what you have. But what I've loved is that we have tested, especially when the fellows again presented, none of them is giving us a new idea that is not tested. So it's how do we then convince the policymakers or influence the policymakers to ensure that what we have is actually influencing the policy. But let me finish this, because I know it's not my day today. I'm here to learn. And if you have looked at the speakers for today, I want to salute the organizers, the secretariat led by Sodfa and Stella, for the dynamic speakers that you have brought on board. We are so proud of you, and please help me to just applaud Sodfa Daji, who is at the back. Sodfa, this is really needed to say thank you very much for you. Please do stand, Sodfa. This is the brain that is behind everything. She's the invisible giant that we don't see. She's the person who has been moving each and everything, resource mobilization, which is not easy, and she has never ever complained for a day. We don't even pay her enough for what she does. That is the leadership that we need for Africa. People that are not caring about themselves, but they want to care for the generation that is here and for tomorrow. Thank you for Sodfa, for your leadership, for the transformation that you are bringing to YouLead. And I also want to say the excitement. This is the first time YouLead has been led by women, by dynamic. The YouLead director is a woman. The summit director is one and only Principal Stella that you have seen. You have seen Beatrice, Kemi, many others. I am not underplaying the team, because you have also seen the dynamic young men that are working together. It's a blended team. And so, YouLead Secretariat, thank you so much. You have led the way, and I hope whoever is in this room is not going to let this team down, because then we need to start seeing the impact of this program, which we said it's 7 years. Let me finish by saying to all the speakers, we respect you for sparing your time in your busy schedules to come and engage with this dynamic group of young people that represent not just East Africa, but Africa and the globe in general. Thank you to our partners, DFC or Dadina Fellowship Center, for making it possible for us to be here so that we can engage. But I want to sit down by leaving a challenge to all of us. Who believes that here they are a friend of the planet? The friend of the planet. Great. Yesterday, some of us were left in the big hall as we were encouraging the YouLead volunteers to kind of move the banners and all that. Inside my bag, I had my empty bottle of water, but we started climbing the stairs. You could only see bottles of blue water, half bottles left, full bottles left. One bottle was open, but somebody had taken just a sip and it's left there. And I stopped and I told my team, and we were with Stella, stop it. Let's look at this. If we are talking of leadership, and you cannot take your bottle of water with you and put it in the bin that is provided, then remember, you are a leader that must lead by example. And remember what the CS said. He said, every small step must be celebrated. Leadership, my friends, is about being watched. It's not what you say, it's what you do. So one of the key resolutions I would like to make Sodfa and the team is that if we are the friends of the planet, then we must stop using the bottled waters for our conferences to lead by example. And I hope you'll join me in saying that, because I think there are alternatives where we can encourage our hosts to have dispensers, and people can come with their own cups and refill, because we cannot say we are protecting our climate, yet we are contributing to the volumes of plastic that is going to be corrected. So I hope that message comes to you, and I hope my request will be honored, that we shall stop using bottled waters for our conferences so that we can lead by example. So on that note, I want to say you are most welcome again that day, and probably also to say that I'll not be seeing you tomorrow. I'll be leaving tomorrow morning, but I will be following most of you just to see what you're doing, your organizations. But as I said yesterday, networking is what is going to make us different. So I hope this is not a conference like any other, but it's a conference that is going to come with the resolutions that we shall be seeing Africa move to the next level. We said we need our Africa policy for ourselves and our Africa policy to engage with other partners. May God bless you. May we have a fruitful deliberation, and please let's lead by example, because the topic is dear to most of us. Unless we protect our planet, I don't think the future generations have another planet. This is the only planet for us. God bless you. Let's enjoy the day. Karibuni.
Thank you so much, Madam McKenna, the Executive Director, MS Training Center for Development Cooperation. As we proceed, just a few housekeeping rules. On your left will be the washrooms, the restrooms, so feel free on your left. When you exit, you will see the restrooms. At this point, we want to welcome Madam Mercy Gishengi, who is representing the Country Director of Action Aid. She is the Country Director of Action Aid Kenya. Let's give a hand to Madam Mercy Gishengi, the Programs Director at Action Aid Kenya.
Morning, everyone. Good morning. Habari yenyu. I'm not sure I know how to say it in France, but I'm sure you understand I said morning. So my name is Mercy Gishengi, and I work with Action Aid as the program coordinator for youth and governance. And at this particular time, allow me to also recognize my colleagues from Action Aid, young people that have been sponsored from the different countries by Action Aid. Please wave your hand and say a big shout out. Thank you very much. Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your presence here today as we delve into critical discussions on finance, on climate financing, a matter that holds immense significance to Kenya and to Africa and the global community. It is with a sense of urgency and collaboration that we must address the unique challenges faced by these regions and consider the vital role of organizations like Action Aid and other partners that are playing in addressing climate justice work and ensuring just transitions. Kenya, along with many other African nations, find ourselves on the front lines of climate change impact, and by extension to climate change-related conflicts that highly impact on the young people of this continent and the children of this continent. Africa, with its robust biodiversity, diverse ecosystems, is particularly vulnerable to climate-related risks, and Action Aid is committed to supporting local communities and young people to amplify their voices in climate discourse and resonate profoundly with this context. Climate financing in Kenya and Africa must align with dual objectives of adaptation and mitigation. And as we've all seen around, is that we are doing a lot of adaptation, we are doing a lot of mitigation, but we don't have money to adapt, to put real livelihoods at the forefront and to ensure that societies thrive. Rather, we focus a lot on the response. Right now, as you hear, all of you are bearing witness to the El Nino that is wreaking havoc in Kenya and in other countries in the Horn of Africa. So we realize these are very pertinent issues that we need to discuss and that young people need to engage in, and engaging meaningfully. And also at this backdrop, you know, soon we are going to have COP28, where discussions will be held and where key investments will be done on how climate financing is going to happen. But we also know that climate financing is coming in forms of debts that might have a lot of implications on us. It's also heartening to witness the different projects that we are running in the continent, the many initiatives that young people are running in their different spaces, and we recognize these efforts and we want to work together to scale this up together with all the development partners, but more so support the young people to hold the governments to account to ensure that we realize sustainable development together. We note, however, the scale of challenges that we are facing demand collaborative efforts from international community together with our governments, but we cannot be left behind. And for this reason, we call on you as young people to hold discussions, to pick up your priorities and to champion them and to hold your state to account and ensure that you participate meaningfully, but not just to be here to be counted. I hope by the end of these days that the discussions that we are going to be holding here will find the points and the discussions that we have will find themselves into very important tables and will inform decisions that come out even post COP28 as we diverge into climate financing. In conclusion, let us collectively reaffirm our commitment to climate financing in Kenya, Africa, and globally by recognizing the indispensable role that organizations, including ActionAid, the global platforms where we have a lot of young people building, capacity building, MSTCDC, and all the great partners that you're seeing here play in driving positive change. Through partnership, collaboration, and shared responsibility, we can build climate resilient future that leaves no one behind. Asanteni sana. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. That one I can say merci. Yes. Okay.
Thank you so much, Mercy, Madam Mercy Gichengi. We really appreciate the support ActionAid Fraternity has given to the program. Check. At this moment, join me in welcoming a special panel. So kindly, when I read your name, just walk graciously and take any seat. There is no seat designated specifically for any panelist, so feel free to choose whichever seat. We're going into a very special discussion, the Under 40 Peace and Security Forum. And to start us off, the first panelist, kindly give a warm welcome to Dr. Samuel Olamide. Dr. Samuel Olamide. Dr. Samuel Olamide, unlike most of us, must have had one of the longest plane rides. Dr. Samuel Olamide is a track 2 diplomat in arms control and international security. A hand to Dr. Samuel. Thank you. We welcome Mr. Stephen Malaki. Mr. Stephen Malaki, who is, thank you, a member of the steering committee of the East African Youth Peace Network. Thirdly, we have Miss Mallet Sesibe. Miss Mallet Sesibe is a Leader Fellow 2023. Let's give her a hand. Welcome, Miss Mallet Sesibe. And at this point, we will also welcome the moderator for this session at the halfway point. The moderator is Mr. Robert Muhanji, board member, Recreation for Development and Peace in Uganda, and also a lecturer, Uganda Christian University. Thank you. We will board a plane and head over to West Africa, Senegal, where we have Miss Jessica Ndiaye from Save the Children. Kindly welcome Madam Jessica. And last but not least, we have Mr. David Nyaribi from Action Aid Uganda, governance specialist with Action Aid Uganda and also a trainer. And finally, we have a YouLead alumni all the way from South Sudan, who also owns his and runs a non-governmental organization. Let us welcome Mr. Wani Stephen. Welcome, Mr. Wani Stephen. Without further ado, I hand it over to the moderator and
Good morning once again. Today is a discussion for younger people, and I expect younger people to have energy and vigor. Today is our day, and we feel that younger people should be fully engaged today. You should participate. We've been observing other days, I think younger people have been less engaged. Once again, Robert Muhanga, my name's the Executive Director of Red Arts Education and board member of RDP Uganda and a lecturer, Uganda Christian University. I'm a moderator for today. East African Youth Peace Network started way back in 2021. It was a resolution of 2020 YouLead Summit. This was following the adaptation of the United Nations Security Resolution Council for 2015 on 9th December, which was adopted to involve younger people in participation in the youth affairs, in peace and security affairs, because they realized younger people were majority in this world, and their involvement was a bit minimal in contributing to peace. And then that resolution was adopted, and at YouLead in 2020, we also acted otherwise. So this committee was formed, and I have a number of representatives from different countries. I personally represent Uganda on the committee. Our chair is called Anne from Kenya. Members from Kenya, congratulations for chairing. Can I hear? They said yeah? Sawa. We have Mr. Wani Stephen representing South Sudan on the committee. We have Mr. Stephen from DRC Congo on the committee. And then we also have Makwaita from Tanzania. And then we have Robert Gisa from Rwanda. And then we also have a representative from Burundi, whose name is very difficult to pronounce. So there are 7 members on the committee, but also East African youth ambassadors also have a representative on the committee. So that is the brief I had wanted to bring forward. The mandate of the committee, East African Youth Peace Network, basically is we have a strategic plan which we developed, and I'm just going to highlight few of our commitments. The first one is promoting youth participation in implementation of the UN Council 2022-50. Our colleague will be talking more about that. And then the second one is youth participation in prevention and conflict resolution. What we do is to map out areas of conflict within East Africa, within the continent, and then map stakeholders or organizations within those conflict areas, and then identify younger people willing to participate and prevent conflict in the area. And the other commitment in that regard is to train those identified younger people in peace building. And then the other one is participation of younger people in electoral processes. Here we always place a call for younger people to apply to be election observers in countries that are going to have elections. And then we collaborate very closely with East African community to have these younger people accredited. Then we also train these younger people in election observation. This worked very well in 2021 when Uganda was having election, and that's why David Nyaribi is here, did a great role in involving younger people in electoral processes in Uganda. In 2022, we had a MAN campaign in Kenya where we're targeting over 3,000 younger people to actively participate and ensure peace in the electoral processes. We composed the songs in Kenya. Kenyans, thank you so much. Do we have Kenyans here? Good. We registered a number of successes, candidates who were involved. They made commitments to peaceful campaign, to peaceful electoral processes, and a number of things were done. And then lastly, we also committed to have exchanges for younger people participating in the peaceful processes. For example, we can have younger people from Kenya moving to DRC Congo and understand more the context and how best the DRC is tackling issues there. Or we can have Tanzanians move to Kenya, understand how best did you do these processes. We have upcoming election in DRC this December. There will be a lot of learning probably from Kenya. We have upcoming elections in South Sudan next year. So we do younger people of Africa to fully get involved. Other steps will be communicated. Thank you. Thank you so much. Allow me call on my panelists to introduce themselves, and then we go into a discussion. I'll start from extreme right.
Check, check. Good morning, everybody. I don't know about you guys, but I'm freezing. I don't know if it's because I'm from West Africa where it's very, very hot, but it's cold in Kenya. So, my name is Jessica Njai. I come from Senegal, and I work at the West and Central Regional Office of Save the Children International. I am a youth trainee advisor under the project Children's Voice for Peace in Sahel. And yep, I'm very glad to be here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. One is Steven Elias from South Sudan. I'm a great alumna and a success story of YouLead, and I'm so proud always to speak to my fellow youth and to declare to you, effective from 16 November, I decline to be a youth because I'm now 36. That is part of accountability. I currently lead a national organization called Africa Democracy and Resilience Network. Because if you look at the team, we need to find solutions to the youth, building the capacity. Since then, I have 20 staffs that are employed under this organization. And my interest is to build more and expand this organization to other parts of East Africa. And DRC happened to be our first entry point, and good that we're speaking with some colleagues here. I think they will give us that entry point. So particularly my area of expertise is on peace and security, and that's what I'm passionate at. Issue to do with peace and security and governance is central to the dreams, the future today and tomorrow, and what type of country, citizens that we need to see, the environment that we live in. I'm so passionate about that, and it is a pleasure speaking to you every year during YouLead Summit.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear excellencies, distinguished guests, and my fellow phenomenal young people in this room. My name is Mahle Sabsabe. I'm from Ethiopia. For the past over 3-4 years, I've been working on promoting non-violence communication, meaningful youth engagement in peace and security areas. Besides that, I've been also working on promoting social cohesion and reconciliation. And now I'm very honored and delighted to say that I'm also a young leader fellow of YouLead Summit in Peace and Security Pillar, and I'm so happy to be here, and it's been a pleasure to see everyone. And I've started my peace building journey actually by seeing concrete experiences in my country, Ethiopia. For the past few decades, we have been encountering so many challenges amid conflict and violence. So seeing people suffering because of conflict and seeing the pain of people in conflict areas makes me to be driving as a peace advocate and to work on these areas. And I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I would like to thank everyone this morning, and I would like to teach you something, how they say good morning in French, because my country is a French country, DRC. When I say bonjour, you should reply bonjour. It is easy, like in French, in English. Morning, morning. Bonjour. Bonjour. That is, it means my speech, I'll do it in French. And the panel didn't put this chair by mistake. It means that I will call someone from Burundi to help me to translate my speech. I will do it in French, and he will help us to catch everyone what I will say. My name is Stephen Malaki from the DRC. I have no the long CV. I'm the executive secretary of the National Partnership of Children and Youth in Peace Building. That is my NGO. And I'm the co-chair of the Youth Peace and Security DRC Coalition. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, good morning. So I'm going to start by learning from the crowd, learning from you guys in the spirit of interactivity. So I don't know how to say good morning in Swahili. So how do you say good morning in Swahili? I can't hear you. Kabari Zasuri. Is that it?
Habari za asubuhi.
Habari Zasubui. Am I getting closer? So you see, I have a lot to learn from you young people here, I have a lot to learn from your experiences. I do have my own experiences that I would like to share as well during this panel, but I want to remind us all that this is in the spirit of interactive learning. Okay, so we all have something to bring to this conversation. So my name is Olamide Samuel. I was speaking with someone earlier today, and I told her my name is Olamide, and she pronounced it back very easily, Olamide. And I was quite shocked because I've spent quite a bit of time in the UK, in Europe in general, and there I have to introduce myself as Hola, pretty much hello in Spanish, because for some reason many Europeans think my name is too complicated to pronounce. So I thought it was quite heartwarming to see that I could just call myself Olamide here, and it should be easy to be addressed in my full name. So I'm 31 years old, and I think this is relevant for today's conversation. And I work on a number of things, even though I'm here today in a personal capacity. So one of the professional roles I hold is as a Track 2 diplomat in an organization called the European Leadership Network, which is quite odd, being a Nigerian and African working on a European leadership, organization. But I think it's quite interesting that people approach this role as being odd, because it's very commonplace to have European experts come into Africa to work on African issues such as security, such as development and whatnot. And so I think, it would be a good thing to have this, the reverse normalized, where we have Africans being able to speak to global issues and being able to, be given the same respect when they speak about issues that don't necessarily only concern Africa, but the globe in general. So I work at the European Leadership Network. I work on nuclear weapons policy. We call it strategic stability within P5 states. So we work on trying to pretty much ensure that the P5 don't take the entire world to nuclear war. Very, very, pertinent, very important, but also very distant topic. Which is why I'm here today in a personal capacity to talk about an issue that I'm very passionate about, which are small arms and light weapons. The control of small arms and light weapons in Africa, and how we can leverage this control to better enhance peace and security prospects on the continent. So it's a pleasure to meet you all, and I'll be very happy to engage with you during the seminar, but also afterwards. So feel free to network with me after this. Thank you.
I was waiting for you to clap for him. He has come from very far. Not like me, who is from the neighborhood here. Thank you very much. David Nyaribi is my name. I am also commonly known as the Ambassador of Possibilities. I am coming from Uganda, and my full-time job is to inspire, motivate, and empower. And I always joke that I also make a contribution at ActionAid International Uganda as a leadership and governance specialist. I support with trainings and leading on social movement building and non-violent campaigning. So I am happy to be here and to share some of the work that we have done and what we are doing in Uganda, but also within the region, and also to talk about non-violent campaigning and how we can ensure that young people have a meaningful role to play in the peace and security of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, David. We're going to start with Dr. Olamide, who is a specialist in security matters, and his role is to deal with the silencing guns in Africa. So I would like him to tell us how then younger people can get involved in silencing guns in Africa, but also in arms control in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. How many of you have heard of the program Silencing the Guns? Show of hands. Okay, so a moderate number of people have heard about this. The Silencing the Guns program is a very interesting initiative that was started by the African Union in 2017. Now, the initial program was one that was supposed to last up until 2020. So essentially, we had the slogan of Silencing the Guns 2020, ensuring that we end conflict, violence, and gender-based violence in Africa. Now, unfortunately, as we all know, we weren't able to silence the guns by 2020. We still have a number of conflicts, active conflicts on the continent, and we still have a long way to go before the guns are finally silenced in this continent. But I think what was important about this program was the initiative to at least proactively tackle some of the underlying dynamics, some of the underlying drivers of conflict, right, that usually spill over into active hostilities between, different individuals, different communities, different states. And these underlying drivers are very important to proactively engage with, because they're things that affect our day-to-day lives. Underlying drivers of conflict are things as basic to every individual as their identity, as their religion, their tribe, their family. Some of the things that make us as individuals and as collectives most agitated, some of these things are, very related to these identities. It is very easy to lose your temper when you feel personally attacked, right? It is very easy to not want to communicate or interact with someone who questions your religious beliefs. It is very easy to have hate for someone who has created prejudices on the basis of your race, right? And these, reactions to people questioning our identity are some of the basic, instincts that lead to conflict and lead to war. And so I think the Silencing the Guns initiative was particularly important because it deals with some of these underlying drivers. It looks at how to enhance communication, interaction, and knowledge of, the other. It looks at how to enhance, exchange of information between individuals, but also between communities. And it looks at how to, evolve relationships from a place of conflict to a place of dialogue. Now, the Silencing the Guns initiative, thankfully, has been extended to 2020. So to 2030, my apologies. So we have about 7 years to finally bring the noise of weapons in Africa to a standstill. Now, realistically speaking, silencing the guns by 2030 is still a very difficult task. We have conflicts that have emerged even in this past year, right? We have a way to go. But I think the importance of bringing this initiative to young people in this room is to ensure that we have as much assistance and support in pushing this initiative forward. Nobody knows your community as much as you do. Nobody knows the sensitivities of your locality as much as you do. Nobody knows where to get particular kinds of food or particular kinds of snacks that are very hard to find in your community as much as you do. Which also means that young people, because of how integrated you are in your communities, can help not only as facilitators of dialogue, not only as transmitters of the goals of silencing the guns, but also practically as intelligence gatherers, practically as researchers that can help us build a fuller picture of the statistics of the circulation and proliferation of weapons in communities. Thank you so much. I'm guessing I'm speaking a bit too proactively for states. I'm speaking too proactively for some Western states, perhaps. Maybe they're the ones interfering with the microphone. So as I was saying, the young people in communities can serve and help as intelligence gatherers, as facilitators of dialogue, as transmitters of the ideals of the Silencing the Guns program to your own communities in a way that experts, researchers, and diplomats cannot. Because you have the access, you have the personal bonds, you have the reach that formalized institutions such as the African Union or the United Nations can't have, because you're part of your communities, right? And so the Silencing the Guns initiative, I think, with your support and with capacity building in terms of the programmatic activities of this initiative, would be something that will have a chance of moderate success by 2030, and something that will be able to reassess ways forward by then. Now, this initiative builds upon a global treaty that was negotiated in 2012 to 2013 and really came into force in 2014. And this treaty is called the Arms Trade Treaty. The ATT is a global treaty that tries to encourage much more reasonable, much more human rights cognizant arms trade industries. Many of the guns that proliferate on the African continent don't originate from Africa. There are many that do, but we'll get into that in a bit. But the majority of the weapons that are used in the conflicts that we see on a daily basis, the majority of the weapons that are used to terrorize individuals and communities, the majority of the weapons that are used to subdue our more feminine sectors of the society emanate from the West, emanate from China, emanate from Russia. And so this arms trade treaty puts the responsibility on these exporter states to ensure that before they export weapons into Africa, they have to carry out a risk assessment. They have to carry out their due diligence to ensure that the end user of these weapons are not going to proliferate violence. Okay? And so the ATT, I think, is a global tool of transferring accountability onto those who directly profit from the proliferation of arms. Now in Africa, funny enough, we don't necessarily have as many weapons per people on the continent as we do in Europe, for example. So in Switzerland, for every 100 people, there's about 27 firearms. Whereas in Nigeria, for every 100 people, there's about 3 weapons. That's a stark difference. Orders of magnitude of 7 times. Yet, you don't hear of armed terrorism or militarism in Switzerland the same way you hear about Boko Haram, terrorism, insurgency in Nigeria. So tackling the flow of weapons and the number of weapons on the continent is one issue. But if we don't also tackle the underlying drivers of violence, the underlying drivers of conflict, those 3 weapons per 100 people in Nigeria will be much more lethal and have been much more lethal than the 27 weapons per 100 people in Switzerland. Right? So we have to think about this holistically. And the only way we can get the information we need to think about this holistically is if we have the support and the participation of young people. So I'm very happy to be here with you today, and I'm really looking forward to the Q&A session so we can interact and so I can learn more from you beyond how to say good morning in Swahili. Thank you.
There will be time for you to ask questions going forward. Dr. Olimide tells us that silencing guns in Africa is still a very big task. And indeed, yesterday I was interacting with some of colleagues here, and someone was telling me that because of poverty among the younger people in Africa, it ends up forcing younger people to join armed forces. You know, poverty breeds survival for a day. So we have Mahalet, who is going to discuss for us how then younger people can be deterred, especially younger women, from joining armed forces, but also how they can be involved in preventing conflicts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for having me on again. So I consider myself as very fortunate to be a generation of contemporary era, where we are having this we are having those continental and global aspirations, especially in peace and security agendas. For example, one of the groundbreaking work is UN Security Council Resolution 2250, which emphasizes on use, peace and security. But even if we are here, even if we are having those groundbreaking aspirations, but there is a lot to work on implementation of those aspirations. Maybe we can see the status quo of our Africa. For example, from the top. For example, from top 10 fragile states in the world, 7 of them are in Africa, including my country, Ethiopia. There is Somalia, Sudan, Chad, and so much on. So it showed that we need to more focus on implementation of those global aspirations. If we are specifically talking about UN Security Council resolution of 2250, what I would love to talk about is how to localize those global and regional aspirations. Because one thing that I have taken from this summit was during the fireside chat with our president, from the former president, when he speak about how they succeed in their educational programs. What they did was they create that attachment between the goal and the community, so that the community had this ownership of that project. So when it comes to SDGs or UN Security Council resolutions and Agenda 2063, what we need to focus on is to localize those aspirations with the community, so that the community have this ownership in, and they will completely focus on that and work on it. On this case, especially youth, and if we are focusing especially on young women, participation is maybe, I would like to focus on the 5 key pillars of UN Security Council resolutions. The first one is participations. When we talk about participation, we are not referring of tokenism, where young people are in the place or in the room just for the quota and just to decorate the report. When we mention the participation, it's a meaningful youth engagement in co-creating, co-leading, collaborating, co-designing peace-related projects and engaging in formal and informal peace processes. If we talk about the engagement, we can come with 2 perspectives. The first one is right-based perspective. In this summit, in these 3 days, we have been talking about the African youth counting 70% of the population. It means that we have a right to meaningfully engage in decision-making processes. When we talk about engagement, women engagement in we are not requesting for the privilege, but it's also our right to meaningfully engage on those decision-making processes. Other perspective is also efficiency-based perspective. When we say 70% of young people, it's not only about counting the population, but it also means that we have 70% of potential, 70% of driving force to make or achieve those aspirations and to see the Africa we want. And when it comes to youth engagement in formal and informal peace processes, it may start on co-designing the program, designing the program that may empower young people to participate in youth and in peace and security areas. For example, just if you are talking about some of the project, it starts with stakeholders mapping. When we map stakeholders, we need to include young people and women, and to make it diversified. Because like when we mention community, maybe let me use this metaphor. Let's say that we are in Nairobi and there is National Park of Kenya, and there could be a forest on that national park, and the forest is a bigger picture when we zoom out. But when we zoom in, there is different kind of trees in that forest, and each trees, they have their own unique identity and unique character. So if we turn that to in our examples, the bigger picture is a community, but there is also a diverse, heterogeneous, including people and women. And specifically when it comes to these things, there are specific challenges young people face in conflict settings. There are specific challenges women face in conflict settings. We can also use the intersectional lens in this perspective. As a young woman, there are specific challenges that we have been facing, and there are also specific opportunities, including young people, including women in peace building processes. The other pillar that I want to talk about is prevention. Actually, Dr. Samuel was also talking about the silencing guns, and what I would like to reflect on that is we are dealing with the seed who's bearing the fruit. If we are talking about sustainability, we need to find the root cause. We need to underline the root cause so that we can be able to change the seed and also sustain the change. That's why it's quite essential to understand it, to also contextualize our community. Who are our community? What are the challenges in our community? What are the things that are triggering conflict in that community? We have different challenges. It could be unemployment, it could be injustice. And what I would like to mention is in those 3 days, I met people that work in entrepreneurship, that work in politics and governance, that works in different businesses. So what I would like to say is those people are contributing on prevention, because people may start violence. Of course, violence is not the right way because of unsolved questions, because of different challenges. But if we are working on solving that challenge, it means we all are peace builders, we all are peacemakers, we all are contributing for peace building in our community. Then the third, if I have time.
Thank you. We will have time. Let's give him a big hand clap. Give her a big hand clap, sorry. I'm going to give Mr. Stephen from DRC only 2 minutes to tell us plans they have for younger people in having a peaceful election in DRC.
Let me call my friend from Burundi to come to help us for translation. I don't know if he's here. The guy who helped us last day, on Monday. There he is. Can you pass him the mic? Another mic is there? Good. Je vais juste essayer un peu de frôler en quelques points de ce que la RDC, les jeunes de la RDC comptent faire pendant la période électorale dans la paix et la sécurité.
I would like to just give a brief on what we are planning to ensure that is done during the electoral program that is taking place in DRC.
Mais avant cela, j'aimerais d'abord poser la question à la salle. Il y a quelqu'un qui connaît la résolution 2250 du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies?
I would like to ask, maybe within the room, in the conference, maybe someone knows. I'm not getting you.
La résolution 2250, the resolution 2250.
Okay. Il disait about la résolution 2250.
There is someone who understood this resolution 2250.
Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui comprend la résolution 250?
Young people here in the room.
Dans la salle, est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui comprend bien cette résolution?
Il y a quelqu'un qui connaît ça?
Est-ce qu'il y a is there somebody who understands it well there in the conference room?
Vous pouvez lever vos mains, s'il vous plaît.
You can raise up your hands.
Ah, vous voyez déjà, c'est une difficulté.
It's showing that it's really difficult. We have a limited number of people who are aware about it.
Si les jeunes qui sont ici dans la salle ne savent pas la résolution qui est venue leur donner la force de participer dans la paix et la sécurité.
If people they don't really know the resolution that are bringing them to be engaged in the resolutions of peace,
comment maintenant vous allez participer dans les actions de paix et de sécurité dans votre pays si vous ne connaissez pas cette résolution?
how are you going to be engaged or to participate into engagements of peace process when you are not aware about the resolution that are made for you?
Je vais juste vous informer dans quelques minutes que la résolution 2250 du Conseil de sécurité, c'est une résolution qui est venue appuyer la jeunesse de participer dans la paix et la sécurité.
Therefore, the resolution is there to empower or to support the peace and the security processes into our countries.
Et si votre pays est membre du Conseil de sécurité, donc en tant que jeune, vous êtes concerné.
And if your country is among
if you okay, I said if your country is a member of the Security Council, you must be interested by this resolution 2250 as a young man.
Et si votre pays est membre de cette résolution de la sécurité, vous devez faire en sorte que vous vous engagez à cela.
Alors, en RDC, nous avons tellement avancé avec la mise en œuvre de cette résolution.
We in DRC we have started some implementation to enforce this resolution.
Nous avons déjà un plan d'action national 2250.
At the national level, we've started the 2050 resolution.
In DRC, we have now the NAP, the National Action Plan 2250, since the last year.
And now nous avons cette résolution déjà.
And it was adopted by the Minister Council.
C'était objectif par le ministère ou le conseil des ministres.
Et aujourd'hui, les jeunes des deux provinces, notamment le Nord et le Sud Kivu,
and that two provinces, South Kivu and North Kivu,
ont élaboré les plans opérationnels 2250 pour chaque province.
They have elaborated a plan to enforce this implementation.
They elaborate the operation plan 2250 in each province.
And pour ces deux provinces, ils ont élaboré ce plan pour qu'ils puissent lancer ces renforcements.
Maintenant, ce qui concerne les élections,
when it concerns elections,
parce que la résolution nous donne aussi la possibilité de participer dans les actions de prise de décision de notre pays.
And the resolution gives youth the inclusion or the decision making.
As you know, the resolution has 5 pillars, and those 5 pillars, there is a pillar of participation.
Et comme vous savez, la résolution donne 5 niveaux et parmi elles, nous avons aussi le niveau de la participation. Sur le niveau de participation,
we told young people, if we want to participate in the making decision of our country, there is 2 ways.
Et nous avions essayé d'engager les jeunes à dire les jeunes, si vous voulez, il faut participer.
Donc il y a 2 façons de participer dans les actions de prise de décision.
There is two ways to participate into policy making in our country.
Un, c'est par les élections.
One is through elections.
Nous avons demandé aux jeunes de postuler comme candidats.
And therefore we called upon youth also come as electoral candidates.
Et de deux, c'est par nomination.
Pardon?
De deux, par nomination.
Okay, and another way is through nominations.
On peut te nommer comme ministre, on peut te nommer comme membre du cabinet.
Therefore, you may be nominated as member of the ministry or a cabinet, and this can help to influence the policy making.
Mais le seul challenge qu'on avait, c'est que les jeunes, ils ont dit qu'ils n'avaient pas l'expérience en matière politique, et on leur avait dit qu'on devrait aussi les booster. Comment est-ce qu'ils devraient avoir cette expérience-là? Parce que
some of the challenges that we discovered that youth would raise up that they still lacking some of the information when it comes to political affairs in the country. But on our side, we decided to be mentoring them, giving them some capacity buildings.
Et c'est dans ce sens que les East African Youth Peace Network a organisé certaines activités en RDC pour accompagner les jeunes dans ce sens, notamment en leur renforçant les capacités, comment prendre la parole en public.
How our network is trying to improve in terms of the engagement we are doing through capacity building and mentorship to the youth in DRC.
Pour bien faire leur campagne.
And therefore to really well conduct the electoral campaigns.
Et quand ils seront élus, ils sauront maintenant comment aussi ils peuvent participer sur la table des prises de décision concernant les questions de paix et de sécurité dans notre pays.
And for those who may be elected, they will be yet aware of how to engage in terms of policy makers and how to influence what the table are taken to decisions.
Merci.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Even in the interest of time, my other colleagues will be able to respond to some of the questions. We've just been added about 10 minutes. So in the interest of time, I would like to open this discussion to the audience. You can tell us your contribution, ask questions, whatever. But also in the room we have Florence, who is a member of East African community. So this is the time to give her at least 2 minutes to say 1 or 2 words, and then you can ask questions. Thank you.
I stand. This is an ambush, but I'll try. Thank you so much, Robert, and all our distinguished panelists this morning. I think what I can say is that from the presentations coming from the floor, the EAC aspires very much for a peaceful East Africa and a peaceful Africa, and they are actually, we are party to most of the international instruments and international obligations. We have a protocol on peace and security, and when it comes to the structures, we actually have a sectoral council on interstate security that handles matters of peace and security. We have another sectoral council on defense and another one on foreign policy coordination. And sometimes these many ministers, depending on the issues due for discussions, they actually come together and form what we call a joint sectoral council on interstate security, foreign policy, and defense. And then they discuss most of these issues that we are talking about, like silencing the guns, Peace and security is well elaborated in our treaty, in the EAC treaty, under Article 5, 3F. And then we have a protocol on peace and security. I've already said that. And specifically for the young people, we are domesticating UNSCR 2250. And some of you, especially the youth ambassadors, have been involved in the processes. The youth ambassadors and our youth networks from across the region. Under Article 124, we are very much aware that peace and security are prerequisite to our regional development. So we aspire for a peaceful East Africa. So coming to youth, like I've said, we have a number of strategies and frameworks that we've come up with. First forward, we have the EAC youth policy. I hope many of you have gone on our website and have looked at the youth policy. And from that youth policy, we developed what we call a strategy on youth, peace, and security. And we actually worked on this strategy together with the African Union. We are also trying to domesticate the continental framework. And then we've also come up with a platform for the participation of youth in peace and security. And once again, young people were involved in the development. Then we have a communication strategy, and we also developed an M&E framework for youth, peace and security. However, when it comes to national action plans for the implementation of 2250 specifically, for 1325 we are doing well as a region. Most of the partner states have developed their national action plans. But when we come to 2250, we still have some gaps there, and I want to congratulate the Democratic Republic of Congo, because to date it's the only country that has developed an action plan on the implementation of 2250. Let's give them a hand clap. Yes, and I hope that the other EAC states can get that good practice from the DRC and develop ours. At the regional level, we are also trying to develop an action plan regionally to guide the national level ones. So what can the youth do? Our major brief, I should say, when we go back home, is to ensure that we advocate, because like one of our distinguished panelists mentioned, if we don't know the global frameworks in place, the treaties, the instruments at global level, then coming to continental level and EAC level, then it will be very difficult for us to own these processes. These frameworks are actually on website, and yesterday we were told, let's use our smartphones to add value to some of these processes. Use your smartphone, go on the AU website, go on the EAC website and search for some of these frameworks and learn and teach yourselves. But as governments of EAC, I think it's also our obligation to get out more to the young people and get these strategies out. And I'm glad to announce that we have a communication strategy. And through that strategy, we hope that we can reach as many of you as possible. Let me conclude. Currently, we have the Nairobi Peace Process, specifically on DRC, and I'm sure you're all aware of the commitment of our summit of heads of states. By the way, they are meeting, tomorrow is 24th? 23rd. They are meeting on 24th. And peace and security, and specifically DRC, is one of those agenda items. So we have the commitment of our heads of states, of our countries. The Nairobi process is headed by the former president of Kenya, you're all aware, Uhuru Kenyatta. But the question as young people we should be asking is, and I'll leave you, how many young people do we actually have at that table that is negotiating the peace process in the DRC? Thank you so much. I wish you all the best in this discussion.
Thank you so much, Florence. It was important to engage her. Last year when they were developing strategic plan, they did involve YouLead, and members of East African Youth Peace Network did attend, and the youth ambassadors also were invited. I'm going to I'll start with the gentleman behind there, followed by the gentleman in the yes.
It's on. Thank you so much. My name is Lawrence Lucio Wanyama. I'm a co-founder of Motion Youth Hub. Together we are here with my other co-founder, Nesiga Agatha. So this is a very interesting topic, especially for the young people. And one of the panelists there did ask how many people knew about the 2015 resolution, and you could see the interest was very low. And my first advice should be, can we break this to the simplest way, beyond the regional and the border committees? And being one of the PVE, trainers of trainers, it's an UN program that is prevention of violent extremism. We have come up with a few things that can engage the young people at an early stage that include conflict resolution. So I'll request the regional chairperson here if we can incorporate this in our education system so that we start as early as 5 years, for these people to know it is okay to sit on the round table and find solutions for our communities. And then the other thing is...
That is the last one?
Okay, it is the last one. The other thing is, somebody did talk about poverty, and poverty, but I don't think that is the major accelerator for this in our region. One of them, I think, it is anger management. We are looking at solutions, simple things. How do we relate? It's okay to disagree, but it is also okay sometimes to agree. So we can use simple things like sports to bring people together, create real life situations. For instance, give them challenging situations, have a team, play with both foot, and then the other one tie their legs so that they can see it is not good to press their to make sure, I don't know how to say it, but it's not good to oppress the other. Everyone's voice has to be heard in the same way. Thank you so much.
The next was a gentleman there. Yes, that gentleman, yes. Then from there we will go to the lady at the extreme corner.
Right, allow me to stand.
You have only 30 seconds.
Allow me to stand on the existing protocols. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm by the name of young Ronnie Joffrey. Mr. Moderator, you reminded me a little bit about the election which took place in Uganda and on the involvement of the young people in peace and security. I don't know which part exactly you participated more. I expect you to elaborate more, you and David, because I remember very well in Uganda, young people really were arrested, others were tortured, and secondly, young people were used to torture the fellow young people. And I believe even up to now, the people who are still in prison, the people who have been arrested and their parents, they don't know even where they are. So I don't know how far you have gone in Uganda exactly. Because as I talk, there are some political parties in Uganda, like for a case in point, like this lady. She is in Uganda. I believe she cannot put on this. Because if she is to come out with this, they will begin even looking for her and they arrest her. So what kind of peace and security did you participate in Uganda? Thank you so much.
Can we have a question from the extreme end? That lady at the extreme end.
Habari. Naweza kupata mtafsiri wa Kiswahili kwa lugha nyingine? A translator.
Nitakusaidia. I can do it.
Oh, okay. Naitwa Mrisho kwa Tanzania.
My name is Zakia Mrisho from Tanzania.
Nimewasikiliza wote walioongea, lakini kuna kitu kimoja kina miss.
I have heard from all of you, but there is something missing.
Ujumuishaji wa makundi maalum hasa kwenye hiyo ngazi ya uongozi, kwenye hizo networks kujenga amani na usalama.
The inclusion of special groups, special interest groups in those structures that you've mentioned.
Haswa watu wenye ulemavu.
Especially persons living with disabilities.
Ni kwa kiasi gani mnafanya ujumuishi wa makundi maalum?
To what extent have you ensured that there's inclusivity of persons living with disabilities and special groups?
Asante.
Thank you.
There's a gentleman in front here.
Check.
Thank you so much. My name is Gardner and I work with the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center in Makere. Mine is a question and a contribution. Why are we discussing about peace? Why do we have these all experts, and why did the YouLead even have to incorporate it in their agenda? Peace. When we're talking about peace, that means there is conflict, right? And conflict is derived from separation. And separation takes us to violence, which can be peaceful or non-violent. But to me, as a mind educator, I sit back and ask myself, if we think that we can sit on these round tables and talk about peace and we're not recycling back the action as to why we're doing the things we're doing, we shall just keep have the conversations. Now, our actions, taking you up to speed, you find that your actions are derived from your feelings from your emotions from your thoughts. We saw Bin Laden, thoughts. We saw Hitler, thoughts. We have seen all these Al-Shabaabs, thoughts. Now we are seated here. We are not talking about how can we be in oneness, because peace is derived from our oneness. He talks about the lady who's putting on red. That conflict comes in because we are separated. I feel my feelings are quite different from his feelings, or his thoughts are quite different from his thoughts. So I strongly believe that peace is not external. Peace is internal. Once you have it in, you can have it out. So let us start deliberating about how can we have that peace within before we come without. That's when we shall find the solutions. Thank you.
We have one participant from online, and then we will come back. That is Mr. Oriema Edison. Please proceed and ask your question.
Until different
people came into our community, separated us because of their selfish interests. Now, when we're talking about this initiative to raise the gap, I'll buy the idea of my sister from Ethiopia, who said, instead of tackling the seeds of the tree, why can't we tackle the roots of the tree? Because it is the root that is making the tree more strong. So my question is, like Doctor said, in Africa we don't have any country that manufacture firearms. Where did these guys come from? If we leave that aside, as young people in Africa, what do we want? Are we happy to always see our people die? Our mothers sitting always in the booth with our young citizens behind them? It is something that is very painful. Now, what are we going to do? From the audience, one of the participants said, can we incorporate some of these strategies into our education system? Now, if I come back to Uganda, I'm proposing, because I know David and Aliki and Muhammad Thomas, they are there. Can we narrow down as we have other plans in school, because introduce the issue of peace and security clubs in our schools, so that these young people can just be handled to primary level up to secondary level, where they get to understand and read more about what is happening in the world. Now, trying to question mark about their intervention, where they have been doing their programs around peace and security, election observation, voters education. I think I was just as part of this, much as we work in Albertine region, that is in New South region, where we did some good work and we achieved at the end of the day. But when it comes to election, we know how Uganda and some other African countries are. There are things that even international world can't say anything about it. Regarding our records to the election right from the day people got their nomination forms, started distributing the polling stations, up to polling day. But there are some other recommendations that we filled in that were supposed to be one of. But we know the challenge with the country, where a single person dictates almost everything. Thank you, Mr. So my kind appeal to my fellow colleagues from Uganda is...
Thank you, Mr. Oriema. Please, you can put the rest of suggestions on the comment section. In the interest of time, we will have to find some time to continue this conversation, either one-on-one, but also we have country representatives here. You can always engage them, but also we are encouraging more younger people to enroll to this network. Allow me invite the panelists to respond to these questions, but also give their closing remark. For those who didn't speak, you'll use 1 minute to briefly talk about what you do and close. Thank you. I'm starting with my sister from Senegal.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Yes? Okay, thank you. So as I have said earlier, I am a youth trainee advisor, and our project called Children's Voice for Peace in Sahel, we cover 3 countries. We cover Mali, okay. So we cover Mali, Burkina Faso, and also Niger. So to give you a little bit of an insight of what's happening in the Sahel region, the security situation in the Sahel region is filled with violence. There are extreme levels of violence. Actually, to give you a piece of statistics, let's say according to the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, in 2021, 29 million of people in the Sahel region are endangered and need assistance and protection. That was in 2021. In 2020, the number was at 24 million. So that means that in the interval of only 1 year, 5 million people got more endangered, especially with the COVID situation. The target, let's say, the priority was not onto them anymore. And the main issue is that there is a lack of authority in that space. There is no state authority, as in if you have an issue, you cannot go to the police, you cannot go to see firefighters. So this just gives free will and total liberty to those armed groups and puts the children and the youth in such a vulnerable situation where at this point, if an armed group comes into a compound and decides that they want to recruit 10 children into their armed groups, they have the right to, because nobody is there to protect those children. And so our mission is to first give the capacity, build and enhance the capacity of the youth for them to be active change makers in their communities. So it's not just us going and helping them, it's about building the strength and the capacity of these youth so that they can advocate for gender and sexual based violences, or fight against early marriage, or even to engage in social cohesion. So our goal is not to go in with let's say a big NGO tag, come in the compound and say, let's help you.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you so much. Participant.
Okay, yeah, we can definitely exchange afterwards if everybody wants to know a little bit more about the Western world and how conflict is in the western part of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope we are not promoting conflict by giving limited time to other people, because that is the beginning of conflict in terms of managing our resources when it comes to time. And there is one aspect in conflict we call conflict sensitivity. In whatever you do, we need not to do harm. They are participants, they want to learn from us, and we travel to give them what we think. When it comes to peace and security, that is my submission. I will start with one. The aspect of, we know the 5 pillars of when it comes to the UN Security Council Resolution 2250. That is just a benchmark to see that youth participate in peace building process. Particularly, let's take, if it comes to election, the aspect of political tolerance that we need to exercise as youth, as participants to the political space, is very important. One of the participants mentioned about parties. When we don't have political tolerance in the political system, definitely there will be conflict and there will be electoral violence. So one of the key things that we need to do as youth in the space of politics and participation conflict prevention is, one, we need to advocate to have a very sustainable peace structures in the community. If it comes to issue of extremism, as youth, how do we mitigate that? How do you support, become partners? For example, if you look at the Sustainable Development Goal 17, that is one of the things that we need to look at. The other elements that we look at, peace and security at the continent. You look at East Africa, the region. If we talk about peace, humanity comes in and human rights comes in. We look at what is happening in Israel and in Palestinian. You look at Kenya is sending mission to Haiti. The parliament was discussing about it. And then those are the elements that we need to discuss as youth when it comes to the issue of security sector. The second thing that I will look at is, when it comes to peace, peace starts with me and it goes out. And that is the basis that we need to start the element of
empowering the young one to speak about peace. Even most of you, if you enter into a matatu, you don't say hello to your neighbor. That means you don't have even peace of the mind. So it's very important when we talk about aspect of peace and security, it takes the elements of governance, that youth participation in politics, inclusivity, gender equality, social justice is paramount for us to have a very sustainable peace. I will conclude with, I'm ready to work with the East African EAC fellows to help mentor youth in the country. We have these projects from Christian Aid on promoting peaceful coexistence and social cohesion to mitigate electoral violence in South Sudan. So I'm just requesting the EAC fellows members join the team to do mentorship to the youth. And that is the grassroots solution that we need to find. It's not the big language that we need to speak. The last is, in the elements of partnership and engagement, it's very important that we need to engage with the youth when it comes to matters of peace and security. Because security, is it economic security, human security, environmental security, health security? These are elements that draws the attention of humanity. Once it affects, it's like a system of a vehicle in the car. If it is not starting, the whole system will not go like the power. If it is not supplying power, it means the whole system, the car will not move. It's the same elements of peace and security. When we don't have economic security, there will be violence due to resource distribution. There will be people traveling to Mediterranean Sea because we don't have work on the ground. So we need to look at the basis on how we address the elements of youth participation in creating jobs, in promoting peace, agriculture. These are the bases that will allow people to be peaceful. The conscience of humanity is the mindset. And if the mindset is not changed, with the element of information, people will not understand. There are many people who have not understood even about the UN Security Council Resolution 2250 and 3025. And the basis of this is to make these youth understand these resolutions, and then they will take a step of advocating towards the 5 pillars. Thank you.
And I hope it.
Thank you again. So for me, it's very interesting to see a lot of people in this room being very intrigued about peace and security. Maybe one recommendation for the YouLead Summit could be post the summit, we can organize a webinar. It could be virtual so that people interact, talk about peace and security, also ask their questions and discuss. So just to put my closing remarks shortly, what I would like to say is peace is realistic and we all are contributors of peace. My brother was talking about how can every person engage in peace building. Peace starts from ourselves. A lot of people were also giving their feedbacks on that. So how are we spending our days? How are we communicating in our neighborhoods? How are we communicating in our community? So peace starts from that, and also avoiding conflict. So when we talk about peace, beside the aspects of negative peace, which is the absence of conflict, we are also mentioning and referring the positive peace, which is also reduction of corruption and also integrity and reintegration. So maybe post the summit we can have a brief discussion, but also in the meantime I really would love to chat with all of you as much as I can, and just please let's keep in touch, and thank you so much for having me on and for your attention. Thanks a lot. Oh, okay, sure.
The question for you here, it says that how do we advocate for practices like cattle raiding, dowry, especially in southern Sudan, where a young man has to find over 100 cows to marry a lady. Isn't that insecurity? How can you advocate for reduction in such practices?
When it comes to advocacy, what I would like to say is we need to be strategic when we do our advocacy, when we make our voice being heard and when we make our voice being amplified. And we saw like the concrete example, including the UN Security Council Resolution 2250. It comes from Amman Declaration, which is a collective of young people from different countries come to that declaration, and it turns out to be a great happening of UN Security Council resolution. And we also saw movements in the women rights, on the feminism, which also turned out to be UN Security Council resolution of 1325. Those are really a big pictures. Nobody ever thinks about like UN Security Council come to those resolutions by listening to the advocacy and the voice of young people and women. So what I would like to suggest is we need to be strategic when we make our voice being heard, and we need to come with the concrete recommendations, and we can reach at the top, and we can also make peace and security possible.
Thank you. Let's clap for her. Next. Yes.
Merci beaucoup encore pour cette opportunité.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Comme mon ami l'a dit, là j'ai compris que dans la salle, nous sommes d'abord nombreux en tant que jeunes qui ne connaissent pas la résolution 2250.
I would like to tell the youth in the room that still the resolution 2250 is still important, that should be vulgarized or implemented.
Je demanderai à chacun de prendre cela comme une responsabilité parce que ça nous concerne tous en tant que jeunes.
I beg and I request that everyone here should take it as a responsibility as youth for in or his own part.
Et apprendre de cette résolution parce que ça nous donne la force et le rôle à jouer dans notre communauté.
Despite the resolution, it still is giving us that rule and energy of what we have to play as a rule within our communities.
Parce que si on ne les connaît pas, on ne saura pas aussi revendiquer nos droits dans la communauté.
Because if we don't know about it, we shall not be able to implement it.
Et les autorités profiteront de notre ignorance.
And authorities as policy makers, governance will really get profit of our ignorance.
C'est pourquoi je demande aussi à toutes les instances qui sont ici, que ce soit l'EAC, les membres des États différents, aussi de s'impliquer pour que chaque pays puisse élaborer son plan d'action national.
That is why I would like to request all the partners, all the collaborators, institutions within the room to also put a hand to enforce it and also push it forward.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Then we will conclude with the doctor who has some questions to respond to. Yes, David.
Thank you very much, Robert. I know what you're going through with the time constraint that we have. I had to exercise my peace. When you are boiling inside, you cannot be peaceful on the outside. So at the global platform and as well as ActionAid, what we focus on is to train and support young people with building the inner man. That is what we call power within. And then when young people have the power within, they can use the power with, which is the power of numbers and collaboration. So if young people, of course you know that young people, we have energy, we have the time. Maybe we may not have all the money, but we have those other two aspects, energy and the time. And if this energy is not directed properly in the right direction, then it may end up in a place that you would not want to have it. So these trainings are very important. We even have a slogan that train the world and change the world. We must not stop. sometimes trainings have great outcomes, sometimes they do not, but we must continue. So institutions in Uganda like Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, the Youth Line Forum, carrying out the Young Leaders Academy, RDP, where Robert comes from, having community engagements constantly has helped, and it is going to continue to help, because like my brother asked a question there about Uganda. Uganda is undergoing what I call a very special situation. Recently, our Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs admitted that our human rights situation is a bit ugly and it's not in the right place. But what does this call for? Yes, we have a situation that may not be very good, and even the East African countries acknowledge to this. But as young people, we have the ability and we have the potential to work together to change this situation. And violence is not the way to go. The trainings that we carry out are for non-violence, but also campaigning and taking up our spaces, but in a non-violent way, and it works. We have examples. We studied from the forefathers of these kind of engagements, for example, Mahatma Gandhi, and we use the example of the Salt March, where he defeats the British by moving to the sea to create salt, and also to ask the Indians to defy the exorbitant taxes, but in a peaceful way. Martin Luther King brings the ideas in the United States and prophesies that one time an African or black American will be able to lead the country, and it happens 50 years later. So these are the methods that we are speaking and advocating for.
Thank you,
because
David.
violence, I'll just conclude in 30 seconds. So the aspect of peace and security emanates from the historical as well as the current. For the historical, I will invite you to read King Leopold's letter to the missionaries that were going to Belgium in 1883, where he says that, telling them about God, this they already know, but make sure that black fights the dark ones, fight the brown ones, the tall ones fight the short ones, the women fight the men, the different tribes fight each other, and that leads to a situation that where we are today. But today we also have the underlying situations that my brother here talked about, the economic and social issues, the distribution of resources, opening up political parties, and you say we're in a multi-party dispensation, but some political parties are not allowed to campaign and to push their agenda. So the historical as well as the current issues. So we must deal with those. And for the historical, it is about the self-belief and the belief system that you have. You know, if you are Christian, do you really need to hate the Muslims? No. If you're Muslim, do you need to hate the Christians? No. If you're from one tribe, do you need to instead you should trade with the other tribe. Instead you should collaborate. So in Uganda we have started some social movements, for example the National Front for Reconciliation, because we believe that the Ugandan situation, it will only come through collaboration and reconciliation. Fighting each other, we have never, for example, as I finish, we have never had a peaceful transfer of power. 9 presidents, all of them by the gun, they ran to exile, only come back in a coffin to be buried. When we sat with Jakaya Kikwete Mrisho, the former president of Tanzania, some of our colleagues were saying, how we wish we would have such a situation where a former president sits with us. But I can assure you, the young people here, that if we work together, it is possible. We can learn from other countries, but also teach other countries. Thank you very much.
Going to Doctor, and there was also a question online that before we talk about silencing guns, can we dig further and see where do those guns come from and treat the cause?
Absolutely. Well, thank you all so much for these questions. I must first say that it's a luxury for me to be able to talk very singularly about weapons proliferation, but this is because we have a group of panelists that have covered very extensively many of the different root causes of conflict, and so this allows me to be able to focus on this one specific issue. So I definitely want to appreciate all the expertise in this room. Now, there were 3 questions from the crowd with regards to disarmament education. That was the thematic undertone of the questions. We had the trainer of trainers from UNITAR, and we had someone who talks about, how thoughts lead to political outcomes. I have an example where in Japan, every single student at the primary school level knows about the nuclear attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. They know about it today because they are taught in the classrooms about this as a historical fact. And I think when you think about nuclear war, it's one of the most violent instances of humans attacking each other, yet they have found a way to still inculcate the lessons learned from that encounter to people that are not old enough to watch movies that are rated PG-18, right? And so I think we really need to find a way to break down and teach young people the culture of peace from a very young age, so that when they come to these programmatic issues of 2250 or 1325 or 1540, they already have a baseline understanding and are more willing to accept this knowledge. I grew up in Nigeria. I left Nigeria at 21 years old, so about 10 years ago. And one stark cultural difference for me was that in Nigeria, it was very commonplace to use the saying, spare the rod and spoil the child, right? We use cane, we call it pankere, to whip children into submission, to whip them into discipline, right? And the stark cultural contrast is the fact that when you use this method of discipline, right, you expose young people to violence, to the acceptance of violence, and also to the understanding that violence is a way of communicating their own feelings and finding their own outcomes. And so I think there's a real deep culture of violence that has been normalized across the continent that we need to unlearn in order for us to be able to teach young people that they have a dignified existence and they can be taught concepts, discipline, and things without having their physical security violated. Okay? Now, the final point I'm going to make, 30 seconds, and then I have a motion to make. 30 seconds. There's a Yoruba saying, it's called Kokoro Tonje Efo, Idi Efo Lonwa. And this saying means that the insect that is eating the vegetable is hiding under the vegetable. We really need to think deep about these structural problems that we have in societies, especially those that are embedded culturally, if we're going to ever have any prospects of actually silencing the guns in the long term. And now my motion. We have the Nairobi debates panel later on today. And I appreciate that not all speakers had enough time to actually air their perspectives. And so if it is okay with the organizers, perhaps we can have speakers from this panel also engage in the Nairobi debates so that we can actually learn more from their experience. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. Let's give a big hand clap to my panel. I have to admit that I have a lot to learn from Stella. Moderation is not easy. And you will forgive us. I admit that we've not managed time well. But this is also a lesson to organizers that sensitive topics like this that attract interest of younger people need to be given enough time. Younger people can voice out their issues. So we've come to the end, but we have a commitment, the recruitment of members who want to join the network. See your country representatives, and if your country representative is not here, I will do the registration myself. We'll be having online discussions going forward, and we'll be having a campaign towards December election in DRC, and I call upon all of you to come on board. Thank you so much. We'll come to the end. God bless you all.
Check. Can we kindly, as they're taking a group photo, kindly take a photo, a commemorative photo for the panel. Yes, and as the translator, you earn the right. Thank you. Let's give them a hand. And to you too. Now we will need to work together on this. We have a very limited time. We're actually short of time. The next panel, which is on alternative climate solutions and addressing targeted climate finance towards youth-driven local solutions. A very interesting panel discussion, should have begun by now. So we kindly request you, we are going to grab a quick break to have tea. The ushers are waiting for us. You'll grab your coupon, and it's quite a distance. We'll have to walk quickly. You remember where we were, where we have been taking tea? That's where tea has been set up for today. So we kindly request, grab your coupon, do not chat on the way, just walk there, grab your cup of tea and whatever you want to grab, and if you have to walk back with it, if it's on a disposable, kindly do. There are dustbins on the way, so we can do that. So we recommend we do that quickly, and we come back here within 20 minutes if possible. Kindly, let's do that. The ushers are waiting to hand over the coupon to us. Facing this way. Yes, yes, facing this way. Facing the audience. Oh, sorry. Everyone. All of us, leave your phone down. We recommend you leave it at somewhere. We put it in your pocket, okay? Let's make a long one, a long line. One line, going round the hall, okay? Make sure there's no one in front of you. Make sure there's no one in front of you. All of us, kindly, all of us. Make sure there's no one in front of you. We're waiting for all of us. Everyone is involved in this. So just rise up, leave whatever you have, join the circle. It's a round circle around the chair. Okay, we're waiting for people on this side. Others can come here. Others can come here. Looking at them. Yes, we're forming a big... Let's go around this way. This way. Yeah. Awesome. Now the idea is that we should form a circle. So let's make sure we reach the other guys, okay? The other ladies and gentlemen. Awesome. Keep the music. Oh, that's a square, right? We are almost there. So we're waiting for it to be completed here. Okay, so let's hold each other's hands. And make sure you have enough space. Thank you. You're moving back. Make sure we have enough space. Awesome. I think we can stop there. Yes. Now the rules are very simple. Okay, we can now leave each other's hands. The rules are very simple. We will all turn to our left. Let's all turn to our left. Left. People, left. Left. And then make sure you touch the shoulders of your neighbor. Give them a massage. Give them a massage. We have allowed that. Some men are now complaining because they are with their fellow men. Okay, make sure that you have someone to give a massage, okay? What's happening here? What's happening here?
Can we do this for 5 minutes?
No. Okay. We are done with that. Okay. Now, okay, hands down. Now, the rules are very simple. Now, ideally we should be doing this outside, but we thought, let's invent and let's just do this indoors. Now, it's very easy. When you hear the word apple, you'll just shout the word apple. Let's shout the word apple. I don't hear you. Apple. Just that. And then, when you hear that word, hey, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep your hand on your partner's shoulder. Keep your hand there. Now when you hear the word apple, very easy. You'll just jump one step forward with the name, shouting the name apple. Let's try that. Apple. I don't hear you. Apple. Wait. Gentlemen, do not press her so hard that she can't jump. Please. Slightly, okay? She's complaining, okay? Or what was happening here, right? No. Oh, yes. Please, don't. Just slightly, okay? Now, gentlemen, we know you have a lot of power, and other ladies too, okay? So kindly, just gently, okay? So let's do that. As you jump, you shout. Let's go, apple! I don't hear you, apple! Now what's happening here? There's a lot of space on this other side. Yes. Go to the other side, please. Don't congest each other here. There's a lot of space on the other side, okay? Let's go to the other side. Make sure that there's so much space on the other side. What's happening here? People don't want to... What's happening here? There's space there. Please, all of you, go to the other side. Just the way you are. Rush to the other side. Just rush. There's enough space that side. This entire segment, just rush there. Rush there. There's space there. It's okay, you can rush there. Yes, just move there, kindly. Yes, the three of plus your partner, yeah. Okay, now let's cover up. Now we can move freely, a little freely. Touch your neighbor again. Don't press so hard, okay? Let's do it again. We shout apple as we jump. Apple! Apple! Very, very easy. And then the next fruit that we know that we are going to use for today is banana, okay? Let's all shout banana! But now this time when you hear the banana, you jump one step to the back, okay? Let's try that. Banana! I don't hear you. Banana! Hey, what's happening here? Okay. So let's do it again. 1, 2, go. Apple! Apple! Banana! Banana! Oh, that's perfect, perfect. Now the next fruit we are going to have is an orange, okay? Now when you hear the word orange, let me see your right hands. Where is your right hand? Aha, perfect, that's your right hand. Now when you hear the word orange, when you're holding someone, you turn clockwise. That means if it's orange, orange, are we together? And then you touch the shoulder of the person behind you, okay? Let's just make sure that I'll demonstrate again. So if I was this way and I hear orange, I jump orange. Are we together? Very easy, right? Let's go. Orange. Orange. Okay. It's clockwise, okay? Clockwise. We're going to repeat this again. Your right hands, where are your right hands? That's your right hand. So when you hear orange, you just turn orange, okay? We're doing it again. Let's go. 1, 2, go. Orange. And then you touch your shoulders, your neighbor's shoulder. Perfect. Now let's go together. 1, 2, go. Apple. Apple is forward. Apple is forward. Banana is backward. Orange we turn, okay? Just like an orange, an O, okay? Okay, so now we're all facing this way, okay? Are we all ready? What's happening here? It's very simple. Orange, apple is forward, okay? Make sure you're holding her shoulder. Awesome. Hold her shoulder. Cover up. Okay. Now let's shout as we jump. Apple! I don't hear you. Apple! Apple! Banana! Banana! Orange! Banana! Banana! Apple! Jeez, what's happening? Let's have our seats. Let's have our seats. Let's give ourselves a hand. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you take your seats?
Lisa Kimo on trumpet.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure after that game we're all nice and warm. My name is Sayeda Reem Hussain, and I'll be moderating this session today. So we're going to spend about, let me just check with Franklin, an hour? Yes, an hour on this conversation, and it's a really important conversation because it's not just going to be a panel discussion. We were speaking a lot in the morning about youth voices and being on the table and being able to influence policy and decision making. And we're going to have that opportunity today to do that. So we're going to speak about alternative climate solutions and addressing targeted climate finance towards youth-driven local solutions. So I'd like to emphasize on that last part, youth-driven local solutions. The intention of this 1 hour conversation is that the recommendations or the comments or the questions, the sharing of innovations from our countries will be included in the EAC-ESG's advocacy notes for COP28. And as we know, COP28 is coming up. A policy framework which will go into COP28 final outcome. So this is our chance to make an impact. This is our chance to have our community's voices heard at the global level. We have with us an esteemed panel who will share with us their knowledge and their experience from the different spaces that they've been a part of. But we'd also really like to open up more space to hear from you on innovations that are happening in your countries and your communities, as well as some of the solutions that you think should be taken forward to COP28. So I would like to welcome to the stage Ms. Mercy Gichengi, Program Coordinator of Youth and Governance Action Aid Kenya. Thank you. Mr. Emmanuel Dennis Ngongo, Senior Manager, Policy and Partnership, Evidence Action, East and Southern Africa from the Swedish Institute for Public Administration. Hello. Mr. Julius Muhindi, East African Community Youth Ambassadors Platform. Thank you, Julius and his fans. Mr. Jabril Ibrahim, African Youth Conference on Climate Change. Okay. Ms. Eunice Onyango Oyole, Young Women Representative from the National Women's Steering Committee. And I'd like to welcome Ms. Charlene Ruto, the founder and executive director of the Charlene Ruto Foundation. Okay, so I said this was going to be like a working session. So before we begin, we'd like to start by hearing from you. Why should we care about climate action and climate justice? Why should we spend 1 hour today in the cold talking about this, trying to influence the Secretary General's advocacy notes? And I'd like to take maybe two two contributions on why this conversation is important before we move to our panelists. I see, yeah, from the EAC Youth Fellows, someone here, and then...
Thank you. I'm called David Pitia, a policymaker, EAC Youth Fellow. When we talk about climate justice or environmental things, number one, it is a collective effort because the world is currently facing climate issues. So it is very important for us to discuss about it so that we can find a solution on how to resolve the issues around us. Two, East Africa community in general, particularly my country, South Sudan, is facing the climate change. So based on that, as we are deliberating, it will give us a clear way forward on how to develop a policy, on how to address matters and influence the decision makers so that they can take the issues of climate justice or climate issues seriously. And above all, to shed light on it, to ensure that justice is done accordingly to the countries that face or affected by climate change.
Thank you. We have a lady in the front here. Franklin, thanks.
Hello, everyone. Okay. I come from an ASAL area that is in northeastern region of Kenya, where we do get affected by both extreme climate change. We do face prolonged drought, and when it rains, we get flooded easily. Right now, even our main road from Nairobi to Garissa has been swept away. Days ago, I was stranded in a village for 4 days because the main road was swept off in 3 main villages. The list is so long, but I will come to speak from a point of a young Somali woman who comes from an area, a village, where because of climate change, because of prolonged drought and because of flooding, young girls are seen as valuables, but more than even of a person. When a young girl is born in a Somali household, she's seen as when she grows up, she'll bring how many cows, she'll bring how many camels. So if we do not address such issues in such platform, where else will we talk about?
Thank you. So as we move into this panel, I'd like us to sit with these reasons of why this conversation is important to us as individuals, as communities, and as extended to as members of the EAC. And I'd like to move to Charlene. Charlene, as a young person who has taken the initiative of starting the Charlene Ruto Foundation, which is a foundation that works strategically in finding youth-driven solutions to share her inputs into her experience on climate.
Hello, you can hear me? Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you to the YouLead team for, first of all, coming to Kenya. I remember when I met Stella earlier this year, she told me most of the delegates from the YouLead Summit last year had recommended to come to Kenya, and I as well agreed with them. So let me say to everyone who is here, karibuni sana Kenya. Please feel at home. This is a country where we love the young people, right from our president to our first lady to myself. So I pray you feel at home, and I pray you're having a wonderful time in Kenya. So now to the question that you asked me as a young person who is in the climate space, how do I view it? I want to just make a slight correction. So I run my climate activities through SMAC's foundation, which in full is Smart Mechanized Agriculture and Climate Action for Humanity and Sustainability. It's a long acronym, but it's SMACHS. Now, The reason for this is because I do see a nexus between agriculture and climate action, because the complaint is that many areas have been cleared of trees or forests so that they can make room for agriculture as an economic activity. And this is not something that started recently, but I've been reading Wangare Maathai's book, Unbowed, which coincidentally I was gifted by someone from the YouLead Summit last year. And this has been an issue all the way from the 90s. So it's always been a challenge and a back and forth between picking, do we do an economic activity or do we save our environment, and do we make way for climate change action? And I think what is happening in the climate space is that we are finding a way to do a bit of both, because the truth is, as young people, we need a source of livelihood, right? We want to make money, we want to put food on our table, and many of the young people I meet are actually breadwinners in their families. Their parents have retired or don't have work, so they're the ones who are depended on. So you find this young person has such a passion about their environment and climate action, and like the brother who gave his suggestions on climate justice, you can really tell he's so passionate about it. So finding then this nexus, how do we get to meet our needs, our personal needs, and still do our passion within environment. And I think that's what we are able to do when we do actions such as having tree nurseries. About 2 weeks ago, we had the National Tree Planting Day in Kenya, and as Max Foundation, we partnered with Small Axe Enterprise. They actually, along Nairobi River, our sister was saying how there've been floods, and even Stella was sharing with me how the river Euphrates is drying up. So for example, in Nairobi River, we went and planted bamboo trees. Bamboo trees, why? Because they won't suck up the water from the river, and they'll provide, their root system is good enough to be planted along the river, and many other benefits that bamboo trees offer. So these young people, they are then able to make a living because we bought the tree seedlings from them, and I think a bamboo tree seedling goes for like 500 Kenya shillings, which is roughly $5. We were able to support them by buying from their tree nursery, but as well planting the trees with them and supporting the initiative that they are doing. So within what I see happening within the climate space and young people in the climate space is finding this nexus between having something that supports our livelihoods as well as being able to engage in our passion for the environment.
Thank you so much. And I'd really like us to sit, again with, the fact that in the acronym of organization is humanity, and the power of us just recognizing that the uniting force around any of these issues, if it was in the morning when we were talking about peace and security, to now when we're talking about climate change, it really is in our shared and united humanity. So thank you so much for that, Charlene. I'd like to move to Eunice. Eunice, you speak a lot about women indigenous knowledge. I'd like you to just share a bit more on that and how young people can be a part of this conversation, and what solutions are we seeing coming out of this space?
Thank you. So I'm a representative of the young women in the National Women's Steering Committee, and one of the things we've been doing is working with women in different counties, and you realize when it comes to climate change, it is very contextual depending on where the women are and where they are coming from. And so one of the things we've realized is that indigenous knowledge in the communities, in some of the communities, is not necessarily captured in our research and even in the design of some of our solutions. Now, thank you. So when you look at that, you realize that so many communities have been left out in that kind of a sense. And I just want to ask, how many of us remember when there was rain and your mom could tell you, put a jerrycan outside so that we can harvest that water? How many of us? Yes, as in so many of us can remember that. And that means from a very early stage in life, even our mothers knew some of the water management resources that is part of adaptation methods. And now when you look at that, you realize that there is a knowledge that is so generational, that is deeply cultural, that our fathers had, and has not been captured in our research. And because of that, most of our communities have been left out. Now, when you look at communities like the Maasai community, they are still practicing their indigeneity, and they are even able to forecast do weather predictions using the blooming of their flowers. Now, such knowledge, if we leave it out, then it means in our innovations, we'll be leaving out a very big part of our society that has evidence, which has been tested and can be actually used in some of our innovation projects that we are coming up with. Now, the other thing I want to talk about is the different industries that we have. Think about the textile industry and the waste that is always released into the water bodies. Now, if young people can come together, merge climate change with our creativity, because today we are looking at designer clothes. Think about fashion. How can we transform that into eco-friendly solutions that are able to be sustainable for our environment? So, yeah, I'll speak more about the indigenous knowledge, but just to say that our fathers really understood, and they used to say that if I take care of my environment, then my environment is able to take care of me. And it was such a heavy value on the environment that they put on it. And when you look at that, it is really a call for us to be able, even in our co-creation sessions, when we are coming up with solutions, it is really important for us to include such communities, because they have knowledge that we don't have. They have evidence of strategies that have worked that we don't have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eunice. I'd like to move to Mercy. Mercy, ActionAid has just come out of releasing a study on climate finance. Eunice spoke, a lot about how indigenous knowledge is left out of research. Could you share with us maybe like some of the insights from that study on climate finance?
Thank you very much. I think when I listen, I hear an echo. I hope you guys are not hearing an echo along the way. So ActionAid this year released a study, and I think I'm also very privileged to be holding the study on my hands. This study tracks how the finances flow, and it looks at the banks that are fueling climate crisis. One of the things that we are focusing, we're also running a Fund Our Future campaign that is informed by this particular research and the current climate crisis. So it is evident that there is a lot of funding for fossil fuels and industrial agriculture that are intricate, that actually have heavy implications on our climate. When you look at the fossil fuels, for instance, the number of deaths, the wells that are being drilled, the conflicts that we see along, people being displaced, loss of farmlands, and so many other issues, and people fighting all over, that's one of them. Then when you look at large industrial agriculture, the kind of emissions that are released into our air, it means that we are releasing so much into the air and depleting our ozone. It's called our ozone layer. Yes. And that means we'll have a lot of implication. And when you look at the impact of this, for instance, there's 3.2 trillion funding for fossil fuel. Then 360 billion funding industrial agriculture, not from the global South, but the Global North is funding that within the Global South. So, and this funding, this study also trails where the money is coming from. This money is coming from the different banks. Mega banks globally that probably when you read their documents, they have proper environmental and social governance and policies that are saying how much on the front they are very climate friendly, but behind the scenes, these particular banks are funding mega destructive projects. So it's based on these particular findings and the conversations with communities, because if you go around the Global South, and I think the Global South is a major debate. It depends on, some of us will say the Global South is the countries that are below, that are on the South, but then at the same time, these are countries that are developing, third world countries, and so on, that are economically still trying to get out. So when you look at these investments, they are major, and they are destroying climates, they are destroying livelihoods, they are leading young people into destitution, women, and so many other community members. And they are also leading to diseases, calamities, and currently you can see what is happening, because for every excursion that is done somewhere, that waste, there's always something that is left that you cannot recover. And I want to speak, apart from this, as a person that has done environmental impact assessment and audit, something that we've not been able, major programs that are being implemented in this country and beyond this country, is that I would want to ask this group of young people, how many have been part of environmental and social audit processes? You've given feedback on any project that is happening in your community, be it a small building or an industrial institution. How many of us as young people? And have you gotten involved to give proper critique, or you're signing those documents so that they build that resource? How many of us have tracked any environmental audit? How many have been part of any environmental audit? Raise up your hand. Every industrial or any investment that is done, there are audits that are supposed to be done. And most of us do not take stock of that. Over the years, cumulatively, they have this kind of impact. Any oil well that is drilled in this country or anywhere in Africa, there's an audit and there's an environmental impact assessment that we should be able to feed in. Because while we look at where things are happening, what are we doing closer home? You know, what is me and you doing to ensure that we are safeguarding the environment and ensuring that we have sustainable climate? You know? So based on this, we are running a campaign which we launched in September, and this also aligned with the Africa Climate Week. So we had a people's assembly where we drew so many people, including young people, to come in and input. But apart from this, we're also supporting smallholder farmers like Charlene, and my good friend is saying here. And we're also supporting not just smallholder farmers that are women. We're also working with young people, because we realize there's a lot of work that we need to do with young people so that we can safeguard their livelihoods. We can also stop the different issues that are taking place, including conflicts, migrations, you know, and as Dakane is saying, the issues around marriage, early marriage. I think one of the major conversations I've had is going to Turukana and being told marrying off young girls is an income generating activity, you know. Then somewhere else somebody saying, once our cows die, we go to restock in our neighbor's homestead. So for that is restocking, you know. But for that, I would also say, like for instance, we have a young man from Kilifi here, one of the young people that we are working in, called Suleiman. If Suleiman, you're here, please lift your hand. And probably he will tell you about the innovations that they are running. Is that we are working with young people to support agroecology, to also support green energy actions, and we are working at this particular time to document what is happening with young people, to see their innovations, so that the next time you are able to scale out and scale deep and model that innovations that we support our campaign. So our campaign is not just about advocacy, but it goes beyond the policy conversations to actual implementations with the communities. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mercy. And I think key there is for us, maybe like a call to action to all of us as young people in the room, or aging out young people like myself, is that we need to start working strategically, right? In terms of mapping where we can have impact and where our impact has the power in terms of strategic change, right? So for instance, this space right now, this 1 hour where we're able to impact the SG's advocacy note, or if it's in terms of finding out who your youth delegate is from your country going to COP and advocating with them to ensure that policies from your community are adopted and put forward in the Africa group of negotiators zero draft as well. So I'd just like to make a note that we do have, so that you are aware that this session is going to influence this report. We do have Juma in the corner there, who is rapporteuring for us in this session and taking notes of all your contributions. So anything shared within this space is going to hopefully, through the advocacy of the YouLead Summit organizers, be in that report. I'd like to move to Emmanuel. Emmanuel, as we sit here, I think everybody over tea was complaining about the cold and the rain and the amount of water that is descending on the East Africa region. I'd like to invite you to speak to water and crisis. We're in a very interesting, I think, global or international time where water and the water crisis is expanding to not just being a discussion on the lack of water or there's too much water, but we're seeing water and the water crisis expanding now even to water and access to water being used as a war crime and a weapon in genocide. I'd like you to maybe just expand more on that for us and to unpack for us on the water crisis and what does the water crisis look like and mean for us as young people beyond just there's too much water, it's raining too much in Nairobi right now.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Thank you very much to YouLead for convening this gathering. I'm honored to be joining you to this very eminent panel to discuss some of these issues that are very pertinent to us as a continent and as a people. And to just speak to the issues of water, I wanted to paint a picture. According to the World Health Organization, about 2 billion people globally do not have access to safe water. Let that sink in. 2 billion people globally do not have access to safe water. Out of that 2 billion, we have 100 million people globally who are dying each and every year because of preventable diseases like cholera, typhoid, and hepatitis A. And all this is actually connected to water issues. We are seeing global temperatures rising, and we have surpassed the global limits. And that is why the climate change conversation is very important. Why is the climate actually rising? Why are the temperatures actually rising? Because of the many things that as humans have done, and we need to be able to change our ways in order to have that controlled. If you look at the issues of water today, we have one of the most precious commodities, that is oil, that is petrol, that is diesel. Why is it that water is more expensive than diesel, than petrol? Have we ever asked ourselves that question? That today a liter of water here in Nairobi will cost up to 500 shillings, yet a liter of petrol will cost 250 shillings. There are quite a number of things that we are doing, and we are seeing globally issues of water. Water is so precious. Over time, we've seen water actually decreasing in terms of its quantity, in terms of its safety. And we've seen quite a lot of conflict being caused because of the issues of water scarcity. And I wanted to talk just a little bit about what we have in every of the countries where we come from. That is the water catchment areas. For Kenya, we have what is known as the MAU, where we call it the water catchment. In each and every country, you have, the water catchment areas where we know water springs are able to, go down and be able to provide. We are seeing in many countries today, rivers are drying up. Rivers are drying, and people are now not actually having water in terms of safety for themselves. And we projecting into the future, water is going to be one of the biggest commodities that is actually going to cause the biggest catastrophe. Beyond just the biggest catastrophe, is going to be one of the biggest causes of wars that we are seeing actually currently being precipitated across the continent. And why are we seeing that? There are a number of things that we are doing as humans that are threatening the water catchment areas that are supposed to be supplying this water commodity to humans. Number one, we see encroachment into the water towers. For East Africa, we are seeing the forests being encroached. We are seeing policies that are actually driving people into utilizing those water catchment areas, and at the end of the day, really depleting that. The other threat is illegal logging. So there's a correlation between the forests and water, and when we see a lot of illegal logging into our forest, is actually causing quite a lot of that depletion of that water resource. And there's something we can do about it. We are seeing human-wildlife conflict. Where there is no water, animals are actually encroaching into human settlements in order to be able to access that particular commodity. We've seen declining forest cover and biodiversity. So that correlation between conflict, water, and forests, when we see a declining forest cover because of the human activities that we are having as humans, we will see the conflict actually being created. And with that, there's going to be reduced economic value. With that, we are going to see quite a lot of community tensions, because where there is no water, there will be a lot of migration. And migration, when one community moves from one place to the next, the host community usually begins to be very violent to the incoming communities. And this is a very important policy discussion that we need to be able to have, that how do we control to ensure that we protect our water catchment areas so that then we can be able to uphold our values as humans and to be able to then protect that very big resource. Very many politicians today are the ones who are actually coming up with policies, like for example Kenya today, in terms of illegal logging, in terms of those water catchment areas. What can we do as young people to be able to then push to have better policies in place that are going to prevent illegal logging, these encroachment areas that are going to prevent our water catchment areas, so that then they continue to sustain our livelihoods. And I will be speaking to these issues, and that we are seeing there's that nexus between water, climate, and we need to be able to do something about it in order to ensure that we protect the livelihoods of the young people who are the ones who are going to be the biggest. As a young person, you're going to suffer most if we don't do something about it today. If we don't push for policies, if we don't push our politicians and our governments to be able to ensure that we then protect our water catchment areas, we are going to be able to suffer most into the future. And so we'll be speaking to some of those issues that will be able to then provide opportunities for young people beyond just pushing for policy. There are quite a number of things that we can be able to do in order to be able to take that particular challenge as an opportunity for income, for financing, and also just beyond creating that opportunity for ourselves at that particular level, there is also other opportunities that are available to be able to then support activities that young people can be able to come up with in order to have that resource actually protected.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Julius. Emmanuel. I'd like to turn to Julius. Julius, as an East Africa Community Youth Fellow, you spent a week immersed in conversations around climate action, climate justice. To start the discussion where we now move into hearing from everybody in terms of what solutions need to be in the SG's report, I'd like to start with you. What were the key takeaways, and maybe if you could talk us through, were there any moments where your mindset around climate action changed? And from your perspective, what should be the key, maybe one or two statements or calls for action that we need to be making as the East African community?
Yeah, thank you so much, Lynn, for this platform to speak about my experience in the previous concluded ES Youth Fellowship. And I think I will speak a little, and also I will have like two contributions from my fellows who took part in the fellowship, because I might not cover the reflection of every participant in the fellowship. So I think we might have also the contribution from other fellows on what they got from the climate fellowship. But I think in general I can say that the ESC Youth Fellowship itself, it was a transformational journey, because we got an opportunity to learn and also unlearn the new skills that we think we can apply in transforming our communities. And I think I can say that among of the burning session in the ES Youth Fellowship, climate was among of it, because it sparked the conversation from youth who are being tired with the stories about climate action, and what they need now is to take action, not about the stories, everything about we are doing this, we are doing this. So the ESC youth now, they need action as far as climate change is concerned. So coming back to the background, I think the young people engagement in climate change is embodied in the African Union Charter that recognizes the vested interest among young people in environment conservation, where young people which are full of fresh perspective, creativity and energy, they have the power and should be enabled to take action in climate change. So coming back to the topic, the main key takeaway from the fellowship, I think the climate model was in week 3 of the fellowship, where the whole fellowship took about 4 weeks. So I think we started with unfolding the main science of climate change, understanding the root of climate change, because the easiest way to understand the thing is first understanding about the basic concept, where we cut across different basic terminologies that are being used in climate issue. Among of them was the climate justice and also climate financing mechanism for the African continent. Where in the climate justice, we come to realize that it refers to the concept of fairness and equitable treatment for peoples and the communities as far as climate change is concerned, because within the principles of UNFCCC and also the Paris Agreement, the general principle, it recognizes that every nation or every person has the common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in taking action against the climate change, coming to the fact that developed nations contributed more to the impact of climate change that we are seeing now. So they have the power to help those countries, means the vulnerable one, and those who are more exposed to the impact of climate change, to be able to take action for climate change. So that's the whole concept of the climate justice, and also it incorporates the whole concept of the fundamental human rights when we are dealing about climate change, that the right to life, the right to education, the right to health should be the number one priority also when we are addressing about climate change. And also among of the key takeaway was the climate financing mechanism. As we know that African continent is experiencing the lot of climate impact despite contributing a little to the greenhouse emission, and the whole concept of climate mechanism is also embodied in the principle of the UNFCCC Convention, also the Paris Agreement that the countries are implementing now, and it gained prominence in 2009 during the Copenhagen conference, when the developed nations promised to help developing countries tackling climate change by promising that they will be contributing 100 billion every year that will be directed to those developing nations so that they can implement climate mitigation and climate adaptation projects in their respective countries. But the challenge is the developing nation and multilateral organization were not able to meet the target. As we can remember, it's only about 80% of the fund that was collected, and even that 80%, it was misdirected because those developing nations did not benefit that much from that amount that was contributed. As you can infer, African continent got about 20% of the fund from that amount that was promised, and due to that fact, that amount was extended with the Paris Agreement that the countries are already implementing nowadays as far as in the climate change. So, and also among of the issues that came the discussion from the fellows is African continent itself has been participating in the international organization conference like the Conference of Parties, but there has been not that much success. It has not been able to secure much fund for funding its project, as we can see in the previous ended COP that was done in Egypt. It was for the first time African continent come out with a victory by securing the loss and damage kit, but although its implementation is still challenging because as we see the politics that's going on around that area is very complex. So what the fellow concluded that is, as African continent, we should be proactive when we are participating also in the international organization to make sure that we bring our priority in front and make sure that we secure more fund for funding our project. And I think the last key takeaway that can I talk about, in the fellowship we are able to dive into different international and legal framework in the area of climate change, where we know that when you speak about climate change, you cannot forget about the UNFCCC Convention that was signed in 1992 in Rio Summit, that resulted into the later formation of Kyoto Protocol in 1997, which later on came to the birth of Paris Agreement, that's the one we're having. And the key difference between those agreements and the reason that led to the failure of the two agreements was the fact that during the Kyoto Protocol we saw that there was no voluntary obligation to those developing nations to contribute to the climate change, because as we can remember that it's only the developed nation that were given obligation, and even that obligation was not it was like voluntary, that if you wish you can contribute as you can, but if you don't wish you can't do that. That's why we saw even some of the countries did not agree to that protocol, did not sign. That's when we come to have the Paris Agreement, and the main concept of the Paris Agreement is to make sure that even those agreements, when they are signed at the highest level, we can have the way of domesticating those agreements. That's why the countries nowadays, they're having the national determined contribution. They commit themselves to the Paris Agreement that how they are going to tackle the climate change in their capabilities. So that's the main key takeaway I can say I got from the fellowship. I think on the last, I will give like a recommendation.
So as you can see, for the next cohort, I think everybody needs to apply. As you can see, Julius has a lot to share. And definitely the climate module, I think, was really good. Thank you so much, Julius. Sorry to cut you off, but if anybody wants to get a crash course in climate justice, I think now we know who we should be coming to. Thank you. So just on the note of proactivity, we've heard from Charlene, who spoke, I think, very strategically, and I hope we all made a note of that, and I know Juma has made a note of it, about how young people, when we are making climate action, it needs to be an action or an intervention that is all-encompassing, right? So not just planting a tree, but really looking at what tree are you planting, what's the purpose of it, how does it go into the economy and feed into that, right? So I think that was very important. I would like to move to, just because, and again, speaking of proactivity, who slipped me a note and was like, I need to make a recommendation. I'd like to hand over to you to make your recommendation.
So I'd like to say that when it comes to indigenous knowledge, there needs to be a lot of investing that needs to go into documentation. That information needs to be organized well. We need to map out the indigenous communities that still hold this information. Let that information be organized well and documented, thereby let it again be disseminated. The other thing is intellectual property. Beyond women just suffering in the labor sector, we find that indigenous women even suffer more because this kind of knowledge is not patented. So there needs to be a lot of consideration on intellectual property. Then the other thing is participation, that we need to be included. Marginalized communities, indigenous communities need to be included in the high-level conversations so that they are able even to be seen, not just to be included, but to be seen as equal partners in providing solutions. Thank you.
Before we move to the audience, and I hope Franklin will allow us a little bit more time as the previous panel ran into our time, I'd like to move to Charlene to make her recommendation.
Thank you. I actually want to base my recommendations on what my fellow panelists have spoken about. I love what Eunice has shared about indigenous knowledge, because as a beekeeper, I keep bees. I have over 1,000 beehives spread across the country. We have so much respect for our indigenous beekeepers because they're the ones who have given us the platform to do modern beekeeping. And I really want to invite her. We're visiting beekeepers in Elgeyo Marakwet in December. I really want to invite her to come and document for us the journey of indigenous beekeepers, because they fully, because as beekeepers we say we have to love the bees. We don't look at them as just a commercial activity. So as young people, you see, these are one of the opportunities that we have to document the indigenous knowledge. And I do want to disagree a bit with Emmanuel about having better policies. I feel like as Africans we have so many policies, we have so many strategic documents. I mean, even YouLead after this is going to do such a detailed report of what we discussed in this forum. Now, I believe institutions such as YouLead and the cohort that have graduated, government bodies, NGOs do such amazing work with policy. Even when I go for different forums, when Africans stand and take the platform and how they negotiate and they speak about the different areas of passion they have, it is incredible. Now, the opportunity and recommendation I see for the young people in this room and for each one of us is implementation. And I do want to take an example of the First Lady of this country, because she, about 10 years ago, someone presented to her about the table banking concept. It was something that the government had done a lot of research on, and they did it as a recommendation that to help women in poverty-stricken areas, we need to implement a table banking concept. So the research was done, the policy was made, it was put together, dust in the shelves. And only 10 years later, when she took a personal initiative to actually implement it, that is when you can see the impact that is there. So for us as young people, if we really want to see impact, before we go to making better policies, why don't we try and implement the policies that are already in place? Number one, reading about what is there. Even I'm actually challenging myself. Like in Kenya, he's talked about the water. In Kenya, we have a water harvesting strategic plan for the next 5 years. How many young people have read it and tried to implement the recommendations that are there? I mean, when he's talking about funding, we don't need to get more funding for policies. We need to get more funding for action-oriented activities, because funding has already been put into policies. There are people who've already done the work. So as young people, then I feel the recommendation is our opportunity sits within being the implementers of these various things that that have been discussed, that policies have been put on. So before we go to informing for better policies, and actually the only way we can inform on better policies if we are the ones who have tried to implement the existing policies, because that's where we'll give the best recommendations. So I think if we do that, then that is my recommendation for us as young people in this room, because we're the ones who have the energy, we have the time, we have the resources, and by resources I mean each other, because then we can engage as young people and see the different ways we can implement what's actually there. Thank you.
And on that note, I'd like to pass the mic to you as participants of the YouLead Forum, and invite you to speak in two ways. To either share with us a crisis or a need that needs to be highlighted in the report, or a solution that you have in terms of, and just picking off what Charlene said, in terms of implementation that needs to be stressed or upscaled in the report. So we're speaking to two: crisis that needs to be highlighted, or an implementation or a solution, a youth-led implementation or solution that needs to be upscaled, that you'd like to share for the report. Okay, so I'm just going to come down from the stage, if you just allow me.
Thank you so much. My name is Toga Ivan. I'm a delegate supported by Action Aid Uganda. And I have three questions. The first one goes to Mercy from Action Aid Kenya. She talked about climate finance. I would like you to define to us the definition of climate finance, because when you go to COP27, the Americans and the European Union have a different way of explaining the climate financing. And this has been a very big challenge, because when you look at the $100 billion promise they've made, they've told that they are going to be giving that money slowly up to 2030. And for us as Africans, we think that the $100 billion investment, it's always going to be given annually. So that's what I want you to define. Then the gentleman next to you, I have a question for him, which is saying that how can young people adopt to build resilience of climate to accelerate better security systems and change multiple climate change at all levels? Then the lady at that extreme end, I have a question for you, that how can young people reduce greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture, because 20% of finance is hard to access. And lastly, I want to talk to the delegates that I've come to realize that when we are at COP, I always see China grouped under G77 and China, yet they are supposed to be grouped under the developing nations. We see Chinese running a lot of big projects which are emitting a lot of carbon emissions in Africa. So how do we advocate for China to be removed from the G77 and put to the platform of developing nations, so that they support to the initiative of giving money to Africa? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So if you're wondering why I'm off the stage, in my culture it's very rude to point and go that woman, that, so I just prefer to hand you the mic individually.
Thank you so much. My name is Caroline Kageni Gitari from Embu, Kenya, a delegate sponsored by Action Aid Makema. And I want to paint a picture that is you and I, we are the biggest problem to climate change. Why? Before we go to technology, before we go to big things, we need to implement our practices. This morning, everyone took a shower. How many liters of water did you take to shower? Some of us, 20 liters. Do we have this much water? Right now, we are from T-Blake. How much mandazi is going to the bin? Do you ask yourself such questions? So you are the biggest problem to this issue. It is us to change our habits, before we go to the big things. The next question is, we have gone to biodegradable from the plastic bags. Yes, it's a big move for NEMA and it's a big move for the government. But today in my market, everywhere is red. The bags are everywhere. Why can't you have 2 shopping bags that will run you for a month? Because now the problem is we are exhausting our production units because we are wasting the resources, and yet the country or the continent or the planet is not in a position to provide for us. We are so many in terms of population, and how we are consuming the products is so wasteful that a time will come we will not be able to have these precious commodities. Thank you.
So we spoke earlier about strategy, and I think the previous panel as well spoke about strategy. So just as a reminder, what we're doing in this session is we're trying to make recommendations and inputs into the SG's report. Okay? So if we could keep our remarks to recommendations, to strategically thinking about recommendations and what you would like the SG to take to COP. Okay? So think about that question for a minute and ask yourself, is my hand being raised because I'm speaking to that question? Yes? There is a young lady in the back.
Sorry, not a young lady, it's a gentleman. Thank you very much. I am Fred Okeng from National Youth Council, Uganda. I wanted to bring clarity on something in the local context that is concerning climate change. You see, most of these, the local people do not understand climate change in terms of scientific research. They understand it in terms of how they are affected via seasons. That is how they do understand. So that question I'm directing it to Miss Eunice. So the local people understand climate change in the local context, not in terms of scientific research. So when you go back to scientific research, as you can bring out the effects of this climate change, let's look at this. If the effect starts from malnutrition, what does malnutrition lead to? Increase in the cost of what? Healthcare. What does it lead to? You find it's leading to poverty. What does that one lead to? When poverty comes in, school dropout. What does it lead to? Early marriages. Then what does it lead to? Early what? Pregnancy. So you find they're getting involved in that sinking in transgenerational what? Poverty. So they don't understand climate change in that aspect. They understand it in the local context. So how can we help such people? Because we may do our research, ABCD, fine, it's okay, bring up projects, but these people don't understand climate change in that aspect. So how can we help such people? Then to sum up another question, I'm directing it to Madam President, what's her name? Miss Charlene. This is your question. Madam also brought out something concerning climate audit. But you find this climate audit, most of these investors, they have a lot of money. So you find sometimes even this information is not what? Brought out in public to participate in. So they have a lot of influence in government because most of them are multi-millionaires and billionaires. So how can we deal with such an issue? That question goes to Ms. Charlene. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have 3 interventions from the online space, from Abdul Rashid Ali, Heaven Carter, and Filipina Kikalo. How do we get them? So maybe we can start with Abdul Rashid. And as we wait for him to come online again, maybe to, is he there? Maybe to redirect some of these questions. And I think we've seen the example from our panelists, right? So with the various organizations that are focused on young people, so the question about climate change and the language is essentially, scientific, and people don't understand it. So maybe that should be a recommendation as young people here to go and demystify as we understand it to our communities, right? So let's think about what recommendations, again, are we moving up to the international space. So this is about understanding the different levels of where influence is and what needs to change in the different spaces, right? So from local communities to national, to regional, to international, right? So what are the interventions that need to be made? So we're talking about the SGs, so the EAC SGs report, so that's regional, right? That will be influencing COP, which is international. Okay, so let's keep our interventions and our recommendations strategically to those spaces. Just checking with the tech team if we've got our online participants. Yep, okay. I believe they're not responding. Okay, as we try and get them back, there are some hands over here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dorcas Francis from United Republic of Tanzania, proudly EAC Youth Fellow 2023. On this important issue of climate change, on the recommendation part, because we are youth, we do understand that it's true that it has been a problem, and we are the one who was supposed to take action, not blaming anymore, but we have to come up with solutions which will favor our very own environment. They have to be realistic, they have to be measurable, and I support the colleague there who said we have to use our very own language, more of, the hard terminologies, the adaptation, mitigation, what else? Finance, yes. So actually I concur with Ms. Charlene Ruto. I have seen when she was presenting here, she said when they were planting trees, they used the tree seedlings from the organization, from their very own locals, apart from using, and they bought them. Actually, we have to give her a hand of applause because, yes, she was showcasing in reality that in order for us to combat climate change and its problems, we have to go back to the ground. She bought the trees from the locals, then they took the trees and they went to plant together. This is what we are supposed to do. Apart from sitting, yes, discussing, it's important to know what's going on, to know which actions internationally it's been taken, but as well as we young Africans, we have to get back to the ground and do it by example. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dorcas. So Abdul Rashid online, are you there with us? Abdul Rashid, can you hear us? Heaven, are you there? Can you hear us? Heaven Carter, are you there? Filipina, are you there? Can you hear us? Filipina, can you hear us? Maybe what we can do is, so everybody on the online space, if you can hear us, you could share your recommendations on the comment session on the chat, and we can pick them up from there. Yeah? Okay. Okay, we'll take 2 more and then we'll move back to the panel. Just checking with time. Are we okay on time? Yeah? Okay, all right.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, my name is Rosa Pio. Hello.
Hello. Yes, go ahead.
Are you able to get me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Just to maybe to add something on recommendations, I also agree with Ms. Charlene. It is true that we have enough policies in our nation, and it is only prudent that we put them into practice so that we are able to achieve whatever we are yearning for in terms of climate change, so that we have a better environment for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have someone else online? We can take one more person from the online space. I can see, Ngenda, your hand is up. Hello, Ngenda, can you hear us? I think you can unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. I'm called Onzima George, the National Youth Vice Chairperson, Forum for Democratic Change in charge of Northern Region. I want to add my voice to the precurrent speakers about the climate change. We have seen policies that have been worked on, but also this policy implementation have been at stake. The issue of ensuring sustainable climate change, it is incumbent upon us. We have seen in my country, Uganda, where policies have been formulated, but again, these policy insetters are the very ones encroaching the wetlands. There are areas where campaign has been against encroachment of the wetlands. But if you come to some of the areas, the very people who are trying to preach this gospel, they are the ones encroaching the wetlands and also settling there, doing activities in these wetlands. So it endangers the environment. Whereas the precurrent speakers have been saying, there is need to integrate this from internationally to the local communities. What we are discussing here, we are only getting it to ourselves. But what about someone in the remote places who is encroaching the wetlands, who lacks the knowledge about how we can mitigate all these climate change related activities? So we need to integrate from that level to bring the information back to the locals, so as that we have a sustainable climate change action. And as well to also review the policies that we have in place, and even the state actors need to take it incumbent upon themselves that what they are doing must be exemplary to others. So this will really help us to have a very sustainable climate change action, and when we take it incumbent upon us, that I am responsible, we are responsible to ensure that the policies that have been put in place are effectively implemented. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to, as we begin to close this panel, I know there's a lot that we have to say. I think this is where your strategy minds, you know now who is taking the minutes. Juma, you can approach him, sorry Juma, during lunch break and have your recommendations inserted into that document. But I'd like to give this space to the panel for just final thoughts and inputs into the report. Maybe we could start, with Mercy.
Thank
think you spoke and looked at me, so that's why I was so ready. And I think, let me just start from where the gentleman asked on climate financing before I wind up. These are finances that will be set aside to address issues around mitigation and adaptation. And I know in climate financing, we also talk about response, but what we are saying is that we need to have enough money, especially for adaptation. There is a lot of resources that has been put aside for mitigation. When you look at the graphics for climate financing, then there have been issues around carbon credits, and you've seen people adopting forests, also us going ahead to plant trees because we want to get our carbon credits at the end of the day. The question is, where are young people in these things? Are you adopting forests? Are you actually going to be benefiting from the carbon credits? It's also a call for you as young people to go out and find out about this and how you can tap into this. And you've seen Kenya has a public holiday for planting trees, you know? We're serious about those credits. Anyway. Then on that, we just want to say as a parting shot, we want to welcome you all to join this campaign because this is not an ActionAid campaign, it's our campaign. We want to fund our future together. We want people to fund our future together. The Global South is the least contributor to climate change, but it's the biggest and most impacted by climate change. So if we don't join forces together and demand that they stop funding fossil fuel, funding agriculture, big banks bringing money here for climate-inducing initiatives, and then we ask them to fund our initiatives, to fund our local alternatives, youth-driven alternatives. You're all innovating in your different spaces, in your little way. We want, or in your big ways, we want us to help you scale up, scale deep, and scale out the different innovations that you're doing in your respective areas. And that's what we want climate financing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to allude one point. That number one, there are certain policies that we have, Charlene, that are repugnant, that are archaic. Like, for example, why is it that we cannot be able to utilize the resource that is River Nile? Only Egypt is actually having the rights. And if we continue to propagate that particular policy, we will continue to suffer as Africans. So we need to be able to repeal that kind of a policy in order to ensure that the young people of Africa are actually going to benefit from such policies. So when I talk about utilizing the spaces within the policy area and actually looking and interrogating certain of these policies that already exist, today when we talk about climate change, we have certain areas that are not already in policy. And so we are saying these are opportunities for young people to be able to ensure that they get into those spaces so that then we have frameworks that will be able to help us commodify such opportunities. If we don't, the greedy politicians are the ones who are going to commodify these and utilize it for their own benefit. When we talk about, and thank you for just bringing out the issue of carbon credits. So today we are seeing a lot of movement towards carbon credits. What I'm telling young people is it is not just only in trees. There is many categories that you can be able to benefit in, utilizing tech, utilizing nature-based solutions. So beyond tree planting, there is so many other opportunities and scientifically proven opportunities that are within carbon credits that young people can be able to undertake and take that opportunity as a business venture and be able to benefit from that. And we have that scientific evidence. We have all this information available that we can be able to share so that then you are able to build your skills and begin to benefit from such opportunities. Lastly, when it comes to water resources, there are these anthropogenic activities that are ongoing today. that are actually causing quite a lot of the problems that we have today. If we don't repeal such policies, we will continue to suffer. And so then that is an opportunity for young people to be able to get into that policy space and to ensure that we have those protective laws that are actually going to regenerate our environment, regenerate our water resources, regenerate our water catchment areas in order to benefit our communities. Last is that young people ought to be at the very forefront of advocating for the protection of our water resources by not only just protecting, but commodifying these as an opportunity for us to be able to make, a livelihood out of it. There is quite a lot of resource that is available within those catchment areas that young people can be able to tap into, do value addition, regenerate our environment, but also create incomes for themselves. So there is, opportunities are abound. It is about how creative we become to be able to then undertake more skills, more expertise in order to actually benefit ourselves. So young people have that golden opportunity today, because if you do not do it today, your next generation is actually going to be the one that will actually be
Okay, thank you. I think my last submission will be on the recommendation that I think that can be worked on at the regional level. The first one, I think more support should be given to the youth living solution that are focusing on addressing climate change. And we are very thankful that at the African Union, the African Development Bank is providing the fund. As you remember, in the middle of this year, the President of African Development Bank, His Excellency Adesina Akinwumi, announced about USD 2.5 billion for supporting the youth-driven climate action project. So I think that should be extended to our regional level at the East Africa, and also at our respective countries. We can have like the Youth Investment Fund for supporting the local youth-driven solution climate action, for example, the sustainable agriculture in the technology areas and the other areas that are focusing on addressing climate change. So I think that should be worked on from the regional level up to our country level. I think the other thing, as we are approaching to the COP, as the African continent, we should advocate for fair climate financing mechanism, because as we know currently, most of the financing mechanism that Africa is accessing, for example, the loans from those multilateral organizations and the developed countries are not that much fair, taking into consideration that currently, when you look at the statistics, currently Africa collective debt is about 1.8 trillion, and when you come to the issue of loan, Africa is borrowing about and spending about 10% of its loan for debt servicing. So you find that it's remaining with even very small amount of money. So I think among of the key area that African countries can advocate at the coming COP is to have the climate sustainability clause when they are borrowing those loans in such a way that instead of repaying those loans can be used for tackling climate change in their respective countries, for example, in the climate mitigation and also climate adaptation area. I think the last thing, we should have the framework for young people engagement in our region, because as we can reminisce in the previous ended African Youth Climate Assembly, young people were advocating to have the framework for young people engagement at the African continent. So I think that also should be extended to the regional level in such a way that even those young people, when they graduate from the EAC Youth Fellowship, they can have a place for utilizing the knowledge they gained for making impact to the region. I think even this framework for young people engagement should highlight how young people can be capacitated for tackling climate change, because as we all know that even this EAC Youth Fellowship that we have is about the political will of the EAC Secretary General. If it happened that we have another SG who is not interested in young people matters, we might even lose this opportunity. So I think this one should be consolidated or included in the EAC Youth Engagement Platform for Young People in Climate Action. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I think in closing, thank you, Emmanuel, for clarifying what exactly you meant. And I think for young people, it starts from a public participation level so that we even avoid situations where we have to repeal policies. But for the policies in place that are not working, yes, we should repeal, we should fight against them so that we can have the right policies in place. And I think this means as young people, we have to read a lot, we have to be aware of what is happening so that we can actually know what to inform on. There's a gentleman, he directed a question to me, but I see he walked away. I don't know what happened. But he was asking more about policy and youth-led policy and implementation measures and how there can be collaboration between government and youth on the implementation of policy. I think since the young people in this room mostly are within the policy space, and when it comes to matters climate action, your work will speak for itself. We had the Africa Climate Summit a few months ago, and we actually had the Africa Youth Climate Assembly as a precursor to the Africa Climate Summit. And the young people were able to sit and advise on what the heads of state should discuss when it comes to matters climate. Now, the young people who organized that, it was their own initiative. They're the ones who came together. They've been in the climate space for a while, and they came together and formed the Africa Youth Climate Assembly, and they invited young people from across the continent, and as well they invited me to be a part of it. And I really saw that they took the initiative upon themselves. It was sleepless nights, but as young people, we really have to be the ones to take the initiative. So if, for example, you have ideas on water policy, you have to get yourself involved in forums like this. You have to go, when you hear your ministry at your home country is organizing a forum, just go and attend. Go and knock on doors. I mean, as young people, yes, at first you may be dismissed, but you knock that door again and again and again, they are only going to ignore you for so long, number one. Number two, as young people, let's not go on individual basis. Let's form communities of like-minded other young people. If 5 or 6 of us are interested in the same thing, we can form an association and where the young people's network on water solutions. I mean, if you go to your minister of water and you're organized, he's not going to put you aside, because also they know as young people we have the numbers. So I think those are the two recommendations I'd give based on the question. And my last conclusion is, how do we plant trees? I've been to so many. How many people here, first of all, have planted a tree? I see 3/4 of the room. That's good. Now, because we have planted a tree before, how do we plant trees? What's the success rate, the survival rate of our trees? Do we go and visit the trees after we plant them? Because now that's how we'll move from tree planting to tree growing. When we had the National Tree Planting Day, I learned something I've never learned before. At that forum, the trees we planted, all the little black bags that the tree is in before we plant it, all of them we salvaged, each and every one of them. All the tree planting sessions have been before. We usually tear the bag and then they are collected and disposed. But that one, we learned how to massage the roots of the tree so that we are able to fully pull out the little black bag and it can be reused for another tree planting session. There are so many things about the simplicity of how we do our tree planting. It's not just about putting the tree in and covering it with soil. No, we need to backfill the holes. We need to have softer soil so that when the roots begin to penetrate, it's easier for them. And I think as young people, these are the messages we need to keep carrying across. Climate change sounds like such a complicated thing. I'm imagining for a 12-year-old somewhere in my home county of Uasin Gishu who she probably has never left that county to come to a city like this. So if we say climate change, how do we explain it to her? So let's go down into the simpler and easier conversations, because that is actually where the action is. Thank you.
Yeah, so just to add on what Charlene has said about information, I'd like to, you remember Brenda's concept about agrotourism, and it's just about seeking information. As young people, I don't know how many of us, when we were taking breakfast, I don't know how many of us asked themselves, in taking that meal, how many industries were you interacting with? And when you look at it from such a simplistic level, and if you see Charlene is in beekeeping, that tells you it's the daily products that we use. That is the core of climate change. So if you're able to sit down with yourself, ask yourself, this food I'm eating, where is it coming from? What's the value chain in it? And what in this value chain is destructive or improving my life or improving the environment? And then from there, you're able to position yourself in the value chain, and also be able to advocate for things that are friendly, for mechanisms or solutions that are friendly for us, and other climate mitigation strategies. And that would be my last thought.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our esteemed panel for sharing their insights, and to you for listening and contributing to this session. I know we're over time. I'd like to hand over to Franklin to give us instructions for what happens next.
So let's give another hand to our esteemed panel. And as you're taking a group photo, there's a lady who came and said she needs to add a special welcome to the panel. Agnes from Uganda, where are you? Let's give Agnes from Uganda a hand. As you're taking a group photo, the photographers, you're ready. Reem and your esteemed panel, you could stand and take a group photo. And as that is happening, I'll allow Agnes to give a quick word. Agnes, over to you.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay, let's take a hand of applause to thank our dear panelists for this session. They have really done a great job, and especially I would like to thank Madam Charlene Ruto for sparing her time to come and share with us as the youths. We know there are many president's daughters who would not take time off their desks to come and share with us, but we are really glad you've done us so well. And thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Agnes from Uganda. Is there a daughter in Uganda, first daughter? Many of them? Oh, I was just asking. I hope I've not touched a nerve there, okay? Okay, and the other countries, I shouldn't even go there, right? We stop there because we do not want to start a debate there. So, dear panelists, we really appreciate your time. And as we leave, we are running an hour late, so we will have to work together. We are going to grab our lunch quickly. Just as you have your lunch, remember the hashtag of the event, YouLead23. Feel free to use this time as you eat, as you socialize, to make a post or to like a post on our different partners. We are going to have a very interesting panel after lunch. Very wonderful panel being led by our wonderful partners, Plan International, who are in the... Let's give a hand to Plan International. They're already in the house. The Gender Forum, you do not want to miss that, plus other partners whom we will recognize in the afternoon. And then two people dropped their phones during the massage session we had. And graciously enough, they were brought to us. So if you dropped your phone, if you jumped too high and you dropped your phone, just know that we have it. You can meet us there. Just explain which make we have. We don't want to go with those phones. They're quite expensive. The afternoon session will begin at exactly 2:45. So we have around 40 minutes for lunch. And then there is a petition being signed. You are all welcome to sign it. It's for the establishment of the National Youth Council in Tanzania. You remember that. So in solidarity with the Tanzanian comrades or Tanzania wenzetu, they are signing a petition, and it will make its way till the appropriate channels in country and at the East African community. So those are the announcements for now. And we kindly request you to be here at exactly 2:40. Let's have lunch. Thank you. Some music.
and the director of Minova Mental Health Fellowship.
Thank you. So we all have our t-shirts ready. If you don't have, don't worry. Like me, we'll stand at the back. Don't worry. Okay? So let's all stand. Let's all stand. There's a hand there. Huh? Don't worry. Just stand with me. Stand with me. If you have something valuable, I'm being reminded, just carry it with you, okay? We may never know who is around, okay? So just carry it with you if it's very valuable, okay? And then let's follow me. Follow me. We go together. Kindly, let's follow each other. All of us, let's go. Come. Let's go. We're going outside. Let's go. All of us. Come. Quickly. There's no dancing involved, trust me. Just come. All of us. We're waiting for you. Yes, out. You'll be guided. Let's go. All of us, we're going outside. Let's go. Excuse me. All of us, let's go. We're going. All of us. Come this way, all of us. All of us. Come. Which group? Panthers. In the middle, eh? So come this way. Viva. No, she'll be on that side. Yes. You remember? Viva.
Young people, Viva.
Your Panthers. The Panthers are here today. So the Panthers are here. So the Panthers are here. Okay. So this is Viva. For today.
For today.
So if there are any Panthers here for today, because we don't want to move, we want to begin quickly, just solidarity's sake, Viva. Okay? And then Bihogo, the Darling Cows, for today, this is the group, okay? So we're going to give you a chance, just give that group chant and then they shout back, oh? Aha, there you go.
Bihogo the Darling Cow.
Moo.
Bihogo the Darling Cow.
Moo.
Okay, think we could do better?
Hi guys, this is Team Viva. When I say Viva young people, Viva, you say Viva, alright? 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 Viva young people, Viva! Viva young people, Viva! Great, good job.
Thank you. Uh-huh.
Franklin, there's, there are a lot of things here. You guys, please. Pandas. Yeah, thank you.
But the Panthers here, you are supposed to be in solidarity with the Viva guys. Okay, now to the reason why we are here. Now we are giving you 1 minute. You'll go back and choose 4 representatives per group. 4 representatives. It's very simple. Ladies and gentlemen, they have to balance 2-2, okay? 4 representatives. The only requirement for them to come back here is that they at least know how to dance. Uh-huh. Two ladies, 2 gentlemen. Yes, they're coming up here. Uh-huh. Yes, there we go. And for the sake of, can I have 2 ushers assist me? Regan, if we could have 2 ushers kindly. Aha, so Bihogo the Darling Cow group here. The Viva group here. 1 person's missing. Aha, 1 person is missing. Oh, he's coming. And then the Panther team. So here is the thing. We will all participate at some point. But at this point, all of us are judges. Are we together? All of us are what? And the rule is simple. The music will play for 1 minute. Okay? The music will play for for how long? Participants. I wonder what you're consulting about. Hey, what's happening here? She's training them. Okay. Now the rule is very simple. Participants, because of time, kindly listen up. The rule is very simple. You'll have 1 minute to consult on the choreography you will have for 1 minute for that song, okay? Hold on. They already chose your representatives, it's okay. So the rule is very simple. Now listen, the most important instruction, whichever choreography you choose, okay? Whichever choreography you choose, your legs will have to be at attention. Are we together? Your legs will have to be what? At attention. Are we together? So you can choose any other style, but your legs will be together, okay? They will not part, they will not move, but choose any other choreography, but your legs are what? At attention. Are we together? 1 minute to decide on the choreography. Let's go, 1 minute. 1 minute. I was saying, the legs is at attention. The legs is at attention. So whichever choreography, your legs should not separate. Whichever you can do. You have an upper body, you have every other thing. I'm repeating the instructions. You can choose any choreography, but your legs will have to be together, not to move like this or anything, okay? Okay. Are we ready? Are we ready? The judges are here. So we will start with team... You want us to go like this? Okay, we'll start with the darling cow. Okay? So ladies and gentlemen, let's have the YouLead song, and it will play then when we say start, because there's a place where there's no beat dropping, okay? Then when we tell you start your 1 minute, okay? For exactly 1 minute. Okay, let's go. Let's put the song, the YouLead song, let's go. Volume. Volume. Hold on. Get ready. Get ready. Okay, let's go. 1 minute. Cut. Let's give them a hand. Wonderful, wonderful. Now, there is a section where you don't move, The music just starts, and then where the beat drops. Are we together? Okay, DJ. Okay, DJ. Let's give them a hand. Final group. DJ, over to you. Let's go. Okay, DJ, cut. Hold on. Now. Oh, wait. They open the legs. Hold on. Now someone is throwing in the flag for sentimentality. Okay? Now I'm going to hand over the microphone to someone whom I know is neutral, okay? Someone who is neutral. Our eminent persons are here. We can't change. Allow me to put you on the spot. I'm going to invite Mr. Samuel from Plan International. I'm sure he's impartial because he's in no group right now. And he will tell us which of the groups did a better job, and we will adopt that dance, okay? Over to you.
Hello, everyone. Did you hear the rules which were given? The rules were, is it possible to dance without moving your legs? Okay, it is very hard to decide who won, right? Without being political, I think they all did an amazing job. Thank you.
You know, just like our fathers, he's trying to love everyone, okay? Peace, for peace. But we need a winner. We need a winner. I don't know how we'll do it, but this is what we want to do, okay? For the sake of time, all of them moved their legs. Okay, all of them did. But anyway, because of time, we want to just stand up. And I want to agree with some people here. I just want, which group is this? Viva. I think the Viva group tried. And I also think the Darling Cow group tried. Okay? And the Panther team, okay? They all did. But now, let's adopt the dance by the Viva group, okay? Let's just hear them one more time. Let's rise up and then we dance together and then we start the session. Let's rise up. The Viva team will show us how to choreograph this one. Let's stand up, all of us. And for this one, we'll follow you. We're following you. Follow them. Let's go. Together. DJ, cut it. Let's give each other a hand. Thank you. Now, before you take your seats, we just want to appreciate you for the time, for even coming and taking part in this, the teamwork, okay? So whichever team you are in, we just want to appreciate you, okay? Let's give them a hand. Right now I'm going to invite Chipo. Chipo, you have a most difficult task. We have eaten into your time, but we hope we will be able to make it through. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. I hope you can see me. That's why I had to stand up on this stage. Okay, so like you heard, we're a bit behind time. So because we are behind time, we're going to switch up the session a bit. But before we do the switch up, I'm going to ask Mr. Samuel Musyoki to come through and give us welcoming remarks to this Gender Equality Forum. Thank you.
Afternoon. Has the energy gone away? I like the energy in the room. And as a dad, because Franklin called me to judge, I had to be impartial, and I tried that as much as possible. So my name is Samuel Musyoki, and I am a father of 3 girls and and 1 boy. So the joke in the house is that we are the minority in the house. But my mother balanced the equation because I'm a second born in a family of 10 and we have 5 boys and 5 girls, right? So I think I'm happy, this afternoon to be here with you. And just allow me to give a few opening remarks as we go into the debate that will be beginning shortly. I really don't envy those who will be debating some of the people I met over lunchtime, because I suspect they are going to lose because they are such good, eloquent debaters. So I can't wait to see how this goes. So the young people of Africa, Ms. Makena Mwobobia, Executive Director, MS Training Center for Development Cooperation in Tanzania, but also with Africa Remit, and the AU Youth Envoy, Our Excellency Chindo Cleopatra Mpemba in absentia, Summit Director Stella Agara, YouLead Program Director Sodfa Daji, Danida Fellowship Center Cicely Rude, forgive me if I didn't pronounce your name exactly as you would do in your language. The ESC Secretary General in absentia also, Honorable Dr. Peter Mudhuki, and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to be with you today, and I look forward to this session where we reflect on how best to bridge the gap that still exists for gender equality. Of course, we know while there are milestones won, we are still far from really attaining true gender equality. As Plan International, we are proud to be co-conveners of the Gender Equality Forum together with MS Training Center of Development Cooperation, YouLead Secretariat, the East Africa Community Secretariat, the Office of the African Union Chairperson, Person's Youth Envoy. So this year's forum, dubbed the Nairobi Debates, seeks to assess progress to date on the implementation of the Action Coalition commitments towards the achievement of goal number 5, which is really achieving gender equality and empower all women and girls. Agenda 2030, Aspiration 6, Agenda 2063, and the role of African young women played in this process. Of course, there is no better place to be engaging in this kind of debate than Nairobi, where we have greater debaters as well. So I hope you will leave to the true spirit of Nairobi debaters. I wouldn't mention there are many, and if I mention some, you may think I have some political affiliation. So it is key that SDG midpoint conversations should assess just how gender transformative and age-responsive approaches all action policies and programs have been, and the prioritization of the needs and the rights of adolescent girls, and particularly those most at risk of being left behind. In particular, you can think of girls in emergency settings, and we do have quite a few countries, like South Sudan, think of Ethiopia, Sudan itself, Somalia, and we could mention many more where really girls are at risk of being left behind. So it's fair that this midpoint conversation focuses on funding and investment for programs, and how to support youth-driven emergent solutions. Number 2, also persisting challenges for youth and girls, harmful practices such as child early and forced marriage, unemployment, economic disfranchisement, effects of climate change, and we had the group earlier mentioning the challenges. Of course, you had Garissa and Kenya, where you are now based in quite a number of places. It's a major problem we are seeing, and also underrepresented in, or being underrepresented in the workforce. Of course, we have a huge youth population who are not in employment, and that is something that needs to be looked at, looking at different opportunities that exist. Then also policy participation and action by youth, We know commitments to youth development have been made in the recent decades. Such gains have not always been matched by action on the ground. We have, declarations being made, we have statements being made, but we are far from seeing those being translated to meaningful results, to the young people. And then humanitarian action, there is need to target multiple sectoral program approaches, humanitarian action, calling for consistent donor attention to young people and consistently tracking and reporting of humanitarian needs, and also increase in the resources and improved data to support empowerment of young people. We have taken some steps towards this direction in plan and with partners, together with Africa Union Office of the Young Youth Envoy and YouLead Africa. Plan International co-designed and co-implemented the Young Women's Leadership Program, Lead Her, which stands for She is a Leader. And I know there are some people in the house participating today from that program. And this is a feminist and Africa-led fellowship which targets young women from Africa aged between 18 to 25 years old. The three pillars of the fellowship are politics, business and entrepreneurship, and peace and security. The first edition of the fellowship in 2022 pilot has 36 young women coming from Malawi, Rwanda, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, South Sudan, South Africa, Kenya, Zambia, Namibia, Lesotho, Ethiopia, and Uganda. And for the second cohort, we have 23 fellows graduating. After graduation, the fellows will be part of alumni network, and in the last year, we have supported the resourcing of the 4 alumni community projects from the first cohort. So we don't just stop at the graduation, we support them to pursue the ambitions they have as well and try and resource them. Our vision is that the fellowship is locally led and globally connected for solidarity purposes, as well as resourcing and also putting young people at the heart of the decision making of the current generation of leaders. Allow me to share a few quotes from the second cohort who will be graduating. The Lead Her Fellowship, this is one of them speaking, has provided me with the ability to share my own experience with my fellow fellows, as well as the opportunity to gain more knowledge from our expert facilitators. It has been incredibly insightful. This is from Shima Gisele Nikwigena from Rwanda, from the Peace and Security Pillar. Another one says, as someone who has a keen interest in gender equality and development, I have been able to develop my own capacity in the context of advocacy and research through the fellowship. I have also been able to gain new friends during the tenure in the program, who I strongly believe will be key catalyst in increasing the Africa we want. Resti Nabamangala from Uganda, from the Politics and Governance pillar. At Plan International, we prioritize accountability to the children and young people we work with, especially girls and young women. We are committed to seeing their voices are heard and they are meaningfully engaged as leaders in the design, implementation, and tracking of accountability framework and commitments made under generation equality. While doing so, we ensure that men and boys are also part of the process and not left behind, because some people ask, what about the boys and the men? In conclusion, the journey to a more equal and inclusive world is far from over. When we hear voices, as we will today, we know we must and can make changes needed. We are investing in young people, and especially young women, to take charge of their future and enjoy safer and free and fair world. So welcome and wish you all the best as we engage in the disputatio, which will be following shortly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Msioki, for those enlightening remarks. So we'll get to learn more, one about the fellowship, but for now, we're going to get into an exciting session, our debate. I'm going to call upon our esteemed panel of debaters who are going to passionately defend or attack the assessment that we are going to do in terms of how far we have gone in the progress in realizing the action coalitions and commitments that we have made in attaining gender equality. So, to start off, I'll call Dr. Samuel Olamide. Please come through. Dr. Agatha Alidri. Just listen to this panel. Dr. Sieda Hussein, Dr. Susan Mlangwa, and to my panelists, please choose carefully, because the side that you sit is the side that you are going to defend. Thank you. Mr. Charles Nyukuri, Mr. Anton Ingstead, Ms. Hlengas Yongwana, Ms. Malet Sebsiwe, Ms. Eunice Oyule. Please come through. Dr. Susan is joining us virtually. Please come through. Okay. Right. So these are the rules. You have 1.5 minutes to explain to us, one, how far or how much progress you think we've made as a continent towards realizing the commitments. One. Two, what you yourself in your line of work have done that contributes to the realization of these commitments. And three, for this side, you're going to tell us exactly and convincingly that we are on track and we are doing everything that we can to realize these commitments. My second side, you're going to show exactly just where we are lagging, what it is we need to do more, and what you yourself are doing towards the realization of these commitments. Is that clear? Is that okay? So you are joined by Dr. Susan on your side online. Right. So I'm going to give you a minute to put your thoughts together and to just, decide to convince us. So who do you think should be the judges to our teams in terms of who would have managed to put their points across? It's going to be the panel, the plenary, the whole room, right? So what I'm going to encourage you to do is to weigh their submissions carefully, because at the end of the day, it's going to be a matter of just how much noise and support a point has gotten that is going to contribute to their points, right? Is that okay? Okay. You have been saved. You have another panelist who's coming through to join you, Dr. Naike Moshi from Tanzania. Please come through. Yes, you are that side. Thank you. You want a pen? I can give you first page of my speech.
It's okay. It's going to be interesting. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. So we're defending the
Okay, so we have a timekeeper in the audience who's going to be helping us to ensure that they stick to time, the 2 minutes, the 1.5 minutes, right, to make their submissions. Do you think they're ready? Do you think they're ready? I think they are ready. I think they are ready. Yes. 1 more minute. Oh, remember I spoke of a twist. Hello? Remember I spoke of a twist? Please, as in the manner of all debates, let us make sure that we speak to what the other team has contributed and submitted. Right? Okay. So who wants to go first? Dr. Susan? Dr. Susan? She's online. Maybe she can go first. She's in this group. The way they've settled into their chairs shows that they now have their ammunition ready, right? Okay. So what we will do is, I'm sorry, time for prep is up. Yes, please. We will start with the group that is for. The group that is going to convince us that we have done all that needs to be done. And we are on the right track. Your first speaker, your time starts now.
Thank you. So let me start by first prefacing that this is not a debate, that gender equality and gender equity discussions are not a debate. And this is the major reason why, when we talk about GEF commitments and GEF in terms of what it is where it is because we're constantly, and young women are constantly put in a position where we're trying to convince government or the general public that this conversation, these commitments are important. So this is not a debate. Secondly, so why GEF, right? Why is it that 2 years ago the world gathered together and decided to come up with this new framework? So I think we first need to remember and recognize that GEF didn't just start 2 years ago. GEF started, if I'm not mistaken, about my math, 25 or so, more 50 years, it started long ago in Nairobi, right, with the Beijing conference. So this is, again, it's not a new conversation, right? So we need to ask ourselves critically, why are we sitting here today on this stage trying to defend gender equality? So Jeff started as a way of reigniting and putting to the fore in terms of governments and international institutions, funders, as well, that we need to recommit. It has been 25, so I still get my math for 25, 50 years, right? Since the first Beijing conference, where women of Kenya led in that conference. But we need to, and we still, the needle hasn't moved that far. We're still talking about in Africa still debating again, having women in parliament, right? So what Jeff is a space, a framework, where young women, young people can have their governments and hold their governments
Time up.
to account.
Thank you. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yona Siongwana, the Lead Her Fellowship Coordinator. Data matters. In the context of generation equality, it is important that young women's voices are seen, recorded, documented, and then provisionally implemented. That's why research also matters, to build a narrative that women, young people, as well as marginalized groups are able to then, self-actualize and actually be documented as people doing things on the ground. As such, it doesn't really help when we don't have the data, when there's underreporting, when people are not seen in numbers and humanized in real time. And as such, it is very important to understand and highlight that there have been significant gaps and underreporting, as acknowledged in the GE 2023 Accountability Report, especially when it comes to gender-sensitive data reporting and generation for evidence-based policy making and implementation, as has been the narrative today. In the context of the Lead Her Fellowship, we have developed the peace and security and politics and governance pillars based on data and research, because we do see the need for young women to be self-actualizing actors in terms of politics, governance, peace and security, and even business, as you can see over here. So again, to build the narrative, we need to invest in gender-sensitive and transformative research. We need to transform how we see, humanize, interpret data so we can have real-time implementation and activeness so we can truly humanize the Action Coalition commitments. Thank you.
Remember, it is your response that is going to tell us who won this debate.
We're just checking in terms of the rules, we have to reply.
Yes.
And then in terms of the which I feel like just something to highlight that in the government's
Your time, Group A.
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Naike Moshi. I didn't know this is going to be a debate, but I will share what I know. From what I know, that there is already a manifesto document that highlights that young women voices are going to be heard and documented, but it's up to the government to make sure that there is a reporting on that. And also I would like to highlight that we can defend generation equality is still ongoing. There's been a lot of capacity building movements in terms of providing capacity and training for the young women in different areas, whether it's entrepreneurship, access to finance, many initiatives. And also there is awareness. So many forums have been held. People are aware of gender. People are aware of what needs to be done. So those are the points I would like to raise. Thank you.
We all know that structural inequalities begin even before women enter the world of work. And as such, Generation Equality Forum reports that there's still a lot of underreporting when it comes to violence against women and girls in the world. And so this, just to add on to what my colleague says, that underreporting data research, we still need to invest in this to be able to find solutions for even women at the grassroots level, even women who are still ashamed of reporting because of the stigma around violence against women. So there's still more to be done. As a person, I represent young women in Nairobi, and what we do is furnish girls and women with the tools and platforms to be able to advocate for their social, political, and economic rights.
Okay, so you might have noticed an interesting dynamic where I am perhaps the least qualified to speak on this topic because it's not necessarily been my area of specialty. However, I think this actually highlights a point. There are people, professionals like me, that haven't necessarily focused on gender equality or equity in this, capacity, primarily because the discussions aren't had as frequently and as widely as they should be. And so I do recognize the point of underreporting of data. I do recognize the point of underrepresentation of views. But I think that we do need a forum, at least, that allows for us to report the underreporting of data, that allows for us to understand that this is still a continuing problem. And so I think that this forum is actually very important because it allows us at least a vehicle where we can make some progress. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What I would like to talk about is I want to talk about globalization, where we are implementing global action into local levels, in underground and grassroots levels. So I wanted to ask this question: are people underground are capacitated enough? Are we capacitating enough? If we are, in what ways? And after all, we are talking about sustainability, which include all part of the community and all members of the community, including women. Then what's going on under the ground? I would like to talk about also the concrete example from my country. I heard during the report, Ethiopia is one of the countries left behind, as of other African countries. There were ongoing war in Ethiopia, which lasted for 2 years. And the war finished, but justice didn't serve yet, especially for the young women who's been attacked by sexual and gender-based violence. Thousands of young girls attacked and being influenced by sexual and gender-based violence. After the war has stopped and we did negotiation. During the negotiation, they didn't include women, but also justice didn't serve. They were using sexual violence as war crime and as a weaponizing those things. We have coalitions, we have different treaties and also agreements, but what's going on the underground? That's why I firmly believe that we need to localize those things and also see what's going on, and also creating grassroots movements and also capacitating those young people. And thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll begin by saying this. For every step we take, we should celebrate our move. Celebrate every step you take. At the global level, women have to celebrate the fact that the UN, the global government, African Union, the continental government is cognizant of inequalities existing in the continent. And as a result of that, where we fail to achieve gender equality, efforts have been made towards achieving gender equity. That's a thumb up. I would say what has been done. One, the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 is cognizant of the fact that women play a central role in peace and security. There, we say a tick. Coming down to the African Union has deliberately formed what is known as the FemWise, Women in Peace and Security. Young women, older women are playing a role in that. And it's because of the importance of the role of the woman in peace and security. Member states have shown commitment towards gender equity and equality. In Uganda, 30% parliamentary seats go to the women. Civil service, 30% of the permanent secretaries goes to the women. I think we need a lot of commitment from independent governments. Thank you so much.
I want to associate myself with your comments, whereby we need to celebrate every step. And that is demonstrated by the 2023 report, which indicates that there is a rise in reporting from 22% to 42% in 2023 in as far as generation equality reporting is concerned. But the question we're asking ourselves is this enough? Because when you go down in data, it tells us otherwise. So for example, out of all the commitments that were made, only 11% have been completed. 80% are on track. So that means it's, not here, not there. Another thing to think about is the money that has been invested. 42 billion was committed. Out of the 42 billion that was committed, only 20 billion has been raised. And out of the 20 billion that has been raised, guess how much has been spent? Only 9.5 billion. So it's not even an issue of money, because money is there, but money is not being spent. So that's why our colleagues on the other side really have to answer questions to this team. 958 USD million has been used to support 21 million women and girls. Take time to digest that. So we have girls in the community that my able presenters have spoke about who need help, but they do not have access to funding. Do we have money? Yes, money is there. Is the money being spent? Not enough. Are we reporting? Yes. At what rate? 42%. I rest my case.
I would like to address the issue of financial inclusion. It's really a difficult one. I'm talking about Tanzania, and I'm sure it's the same in Kenya. Most of the women who are at the grassroots level, they don't even have a smartphone. We have more than 50 financial institutions which can provide access to finance, but yet it's not reaching the women who are in need of the most. So I believe that there needs to be a mechanism to reach the women at the grassroots level. Most of all the financial institutions, they're just focusing on the women who are at the urban areas. What about those ones at the grassroots level who have no smartphone? We don't even have a record of them or even national ID. How do we reach them? Also, the issue of policy. In Tanzania and Kenya, there's a procurement policy which addresses that 30% should go to the young women, disabled, and youth. But how many are accessing those public procurement authorities? There's an issue of formalization of SMEs, issue of capacity building, so that these women and marginalized group can be able to access those procurement opportunities.
Okay. No. Right. So we have gone for one round and we've had their submissions. Are we convinced? By either side. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to ask for 2 people from the audience who want to strengthen Group A submissions. You can come through. Group A, remember you're convincing us that we have done enough.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, when we are talking about gender-based violence and sexual gender-based violence, actually it breaks my heart. Sincerely, let's just speak the truth. In the ground, things are different. Women are suffering. Young girls are suffering. I've been in the ground. I interact with girls and young women in the informal settlement. In the urban settlement, things are really different. And these women are suffering. We are talking about sexual gender-based violence survivors. Let me ask everyone, do we have safe places for these young women? For example, I'm a woman, I'm married, then I'm undergoing a lot of challenges. My husband is beating me in my house. I'm almost committing suicide. But I cannot go anywhere because there's no safe places in my place or anywhere. Even the government, even if I can ask, this is Nairobi County, we have Kisumu County. The people can just come out and tell me how many safe places do we have for these women. So that when I'm suffering, I've been violated, there's somewhere safe that I can go and stay when at least I can cool down. Let's ask on the ground what is happening. Let's advocate for the rights of women in the community. Young girls are suffering. And here we are seated here talking about funds and everything. Let's go to the ground and see what is happening. Thank you.
Which side are you on? Remember, we have a debate.
Yes. Good afternoon. There are 2 submissions from that side. I base my argument from this side. We talk about aspect of gender equality. And from the submission that I've done, I've not seen the gender responsiveness that comes from them in terms of the advocacy that we want to see. As we are addressing this element, we need to take the mentality that the gender aspect only belongs to women. There are particular men also who are suffering in the hands of women. So to address social obligations to promote gender equality, we need to be responsive in terms of addressing this equality. To this effect, I think we need to move towards to see how responsive we can address gender equality. The second submission is in terms of funding. Yes, we do funding, but our funding supply driven or demand driven? This is something that we need to know. Is it addressing the aspect of donor or it's addressing the issues that are community driven? If we have that evidence base in terms of addressing gender equality, if it is economic equality, if it's justice related, if it is economic empowerment, if it is capital development, we need to have evidence base that really will address the issue of gender equality. I submit.
Right. You remember that time when we were enjoying lunch? We were eating into our time here. But as we try to circle back in this conversation, remember, if you remember our first speaker, she said, it's difficult that we have to debate about these issues. They should not be issues for debate. If anything, we should all be speaking in one voice so that we realize the aspirations that we have set for ourselves. So now, I'm going to give each of our speakers a minute. And please, there are points for time, for keeping time. A minute to just wrap up this discussion, and feel free to choose any side you want to pick based on your original submissions, as well as maybe to share a bit of what you are doing as we seek to realize gender equality. Because if you realize, our two speakers from the audience spoke about action on the ground. What is it that we can do more, and what do we need to do better? I'll start from this side. 1 minute.
Okay, first of all, it's just to recognize that it's a good thing we're having this conversation, and I agree with the speakers who just come here who say that we really need to take this conversation to the local level. So the first question we should be asking ourselves, those of us who are in this room, are we familiar with the Gender Equality Accountability Report 2023? That's where we start. And we start asking ourselves, what actions are we doing individually in organizations to complement the key findings in that report? As Plan International, what we are trying to do is to create opportunities and spaces for young people to come and interact with yourselves, but also decision makers like the ones that we have here, because these are key resources that we need when we are talking about gender equality. Also, we do quite a lot of research work, just trying to have a conversation on what are some of these social norms that are promoting or inhibiting harmful cultural practices. And finally, I just want to thank everyone in the audience, especially the different contributions that we are all bringing to the table to this conversation. And the more these conversations are had, the more we engage, the more we share ideas, we will have a better society where the rights of girls, young women, and men are protected. Thank you.
Hi everyone, once again. So based on the dialogue that we've had today, I'd just like to highlight that again, all our voices matter. The narrative that's been pervasive throughout the summit has been, we need to move from being people of policies, people of dialogue, people of conversation, to people of action, okay? And that means we need to highlight the voices of those on the ground, all right? And that means, again, through research, through getting your voices, through narrating your stories and putting them out there so we can really get a truly diverse and rich knowledge framework that we can then use to truly implement and supplement the policies that are in place instead of, trying to create new ones. Let's review what's there, and again, highlighting the work that we do as, the Lead Her Fellowship, grooming young women to take up the mantle as peace and security leaders, business leaders, as well as politics and governance leaders. Me, in my own capacity, I do some volunteer work for different organizations, working for the South African Institution for International Affairs, having done volunteer work for them, creating gender-related plans to basically bolster the South African gender-related framework so we can have a really well-coordinated gender framework at the national level. So essentially, today, let's try and harness each other's ideas, share, exchange knowledge, so we can truly become the Africa we want and work together as youth to mobilize our voices and keep being the change. Thank you.
When you see a woman taking a leadership position, trust me, they've had to go through a lot of barriers in life think about when they are joining school, or even the idea that they are not supposed to join school. That already sets them behind. Then you come to the retention rate in schools, and you find that girls still bear the brunt of being left behind when it comes to education. When you look at such inequalities, it shows you that when it comes to the labor market, majority of women are still in the informal sector, which means they cannot compete with men. Think about it. Recognizing unpaid care work hasn't been done, has not been recognized yet. And so when you look at all these things, and a leader, a woman has taken a leadership position and they're vying for a position, and they still have to grapple with the idea of patriarchy because people in a certain area have decided on negotiated democracy. That tells you how much and how long we have to work to be able to achieve these things. And so that's why we are out as a representative of a network. We are out to really empower young women and girls, women and girls basically, to be able to know their rights so that they are able to access the rights that they require for them to be able to participate fairly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I would love to focus on peace and security in line with the women, since more also my background is also more in peace sector. So when it comes to conflict, we need to also reframe, like using gender mainstreaming and gender focused sensitivity analysis, because during the same conflict settings there are specific challenges women has been facing, including gender-based violence, sexual violence, not only on the conflict setting, but also in post-conflict settings. That's why it's really quite essential to build also a safe space for women specifically, because there are some specific challenges they have been facing because of their gender. And that's why I firmly support also the implementations of those policies, the implementation of those regional global aspirations to the ground level, to the community, because we need to support the grassroots movements. That's how we can create a sustainable change. And for me, maybe just to say a little bit about my work also related with women, youth, peace and security, I also focus on reintegration and rehabilitation, where people in post-conflict setting face a lot of challenge, physical, mental, emotional, psychological, internally, but also external challenges, which is lack of opportunities. So what I would like to ask for the people here in this room is also, it starts from our day-to-day action. How are we referring those, how are we using these gender framings? Maybe if I'm not running out of time, I'm running out of time. So this is what I would like to ask, just in everyday, day-to-day life, let's support women, let's also try to use gender mainstreamings, and it also starts from our actions, and thank you so much.
Thank you. So I'm going to sit here because I'm part of an organization that likes to dismantle structures that don't work. And I'd like to call the rest of the panelists on this side to join. Okay. So I'm part of a consortium of young Pan-Africanists and Pan-Africanists who identify themselves as Pan-Africanist feminists, very intentionally. And we do this in a way because we recognize that structures are created in a specific way to do exactly what they're created to do, all right? So as we sit here, and that is why we're sitting now together, we're speaking as one voice. So the issue of gender equality and Jeff is not about men versus women, or pro-Jeff versus, against Jeff. It's about us connecting to our shared humanity, and recognizing that there are different lived experiences. So this is either based on gender or economic divisions or, or so on, right? There's just recognizes the intersectionality of our daily lives. I'd like to just call to attention, and I completely concur with everything that has been said so far, but to draw attention to the fact of us now thinking more critically about accountability and how we hold not only ourselves accountable, but also governments, institutions, and funding organizations as well. So the Generation Equality Forum, and as I say Generation Equality Forum, I recognize that the Africa Young Women Beijing Plus 25 Manifesto, which is a manifesto that was developed by young women across this continent, has 8 out of 10 of those demands adopted into the GEF framework. So as much as we're speaking about GEF, we're also noting that young women's voices, and specifically African young women voices, are included in this GEF framework. But what we also see is that when young women are calling for governments to account when it comes to, for instance, gender-based violence, while institutions, governments, or politics that be will restrict that voice or that ask or demand to just a call for gender-based violence, young women are calling for the criminalization of gender-based violence. So I'd like us to just sit with the recognition of what the difference is between just calling for an end to gender-based violence versus calling for the criminalization of gender-based violence. So this is something that young people have done. So young people are leading in terms of pushing our agenda beyond just the usual political let's just save face sort of discussions, but really looking critically and recognizing that an end to gender-based violence requires an intentional look at the entire ecosystem of what leads to gender-based violence. So this is from the reporting to the cultural issues that support or allow it, to even dismantling, well, what do we mean when we're talking about patriarchy? And when we're talking about patriarchy, we're not talking about it in a way that we're attacking men. As a mother of a young boy, I am more aware of the disadvantage of the patriarchy for men itself. So young men in the room, you are as invested in what is found in the GEF as a framework and gender equality and gender equity as women and young women are.
Well, it's been a very interesting panel where I've actually learned quite a lot about the GEF framework in particular. But a lot of the conversations that have been had here actually resonated with my line of work and with the activities that I've been involved in, but also activities I've witnessed within the nuclear policy and arms control sphere. There was a point raised about accountability. One dimension of accountability regards the criminalization of gender-based violence. Another dimension of accountability would actually look at the supply chain of violence in a particular format, in the sense that in the first discussion I was part of today, I did highlight a global treaty called the Arms Trade Treaty, which looks at restricting the export of weapons to countries on the basis of a risk assessment based on countries' adherence to human rights. But this Arms Trade Treaty, first of all, has not been signed or ratified by any country in the East African community. But even going beyond that, this treaty as formulated is of course influenced by the people that are at the table, the people whose views are represented when treaties and mechanisms are being negotiated. And there was a study carried out by the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research in 2018, looking specifically at the Arms Trade Treaty and other arms control treaties and how many women are represented there. And if I recall correctly, I think the upper estimate was 26% of delegates were women. This is a treaty that has ramifications for the kinds of violence that would be, that states have to be held to account for with regards to their arms exports. Now, there's not been much progress even made in the arms control community. We're in 2023. We had a treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons conference last year, still around 26% participation. I'm actually writing an article about that. The only reason that particular treaty looked more representative was because there was a concerted effort of civil society organizations to identify people that are representative of their communities, to pay their flight tickets, sponsor their visas, and take care of their subsistence so that they could actually just exist in the spaces where these decisions are being made. Because existing in these spaces is a prohibitively expensive task. And so I think that we all have to work together in our different capacities to ensure that we're targeting the root causes and also the symptoms of patriarchy, essentially. And so this is why I'm quite happy that you started off this conversation by saying this is not a debate. And I'm also happy we're ending this panel on the same team. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to begin by saying that gender equality is the ideal, and gender inequality is in fact a violence. Gender inequality is a violence, and it affects both men and women. I come from northern Uganda, where women are now battering men, and the men are dying silently. And I will say, as a researcher, we need to unpack gender equality, gender-based violence from the African context to get an African solution to the African problem. And I would like to say, gender-based violence has disempowered women and youth more than any other category. And therefore, from a research perspective, we need to emancipate knowledge by encouraging more women, young girls, the youth, to go into research so that they can speak for themselves other than others speaking for them. The women's voice is not being heard unless you speak through research, unless you speak in such fora. Therefore, all in all, we have to understand that gender-based violence is changing in form and in substance. The triggers are changing. Every 11 hours, at least 5 women or girls are being killed. The research tells us so. You never know, the next might be you, God forbid. Therefore, you have to stand up and fight to end gender-based violence. And apart from that, we need a lot of advocacy, right from the grassroots level. In northern Uganda, during COVID-19, families began selling off their daughters. Climate change is a big trigger of gender inequality. It has caused climate change refugees, a number traveling from Sudan, South Sudan to Uganda. The situation is appalling. I carry research among refugees. You see in the settlements, refugee families giving out their daughters to the host communities in exchange for food. Much as food is being given, the ratio is insufficient. It affects the youth more than the older ones. It therefore means you, the youth, stand up for your rights. It's now and not tomorrow. Your future begins now, not tomorrow. Your silence is too loud. You need activism. You need advocacy. You need financing. And this is the time when you'll have to advocate to well-wishers to support your cause. And once that is done, I believe we shall have a better Africa and a better East Africa and a better state you come from. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. For me, I would like to leave with, we have to be intentional when it comes to generation equality, gender equality. It is everyone's roles and responsibility. Women are affected, youth are affected, disabled people are affected. You cannot just live to say this is for a particular organization to work on. It's everyone's role and we have to play a part of it. Us as Women in Management Africa, we strive to improve gender balance in leadership roles. We want to see more women at the decision-making table. There are very few women. How are you young women prepared to take that seat at the decision-making table? How are you guys be prepared for the leaders of tomorrow? It's up to you now. A lot have been said today. What are the key takeaways are you going to go home with? What are your responsibility as a youth leader? What are you going to do? Don't leave it to organization, don't leave it to the government. It's up to you. Change will begin with you. When also it comes to gender, I think male engagement is a key. All of the time, most of the time, women, we are only talking to ourselves. How are we involving the men when it comes to gender equality? We have to engage men. Us as women also, we do provide mentorship, whereby we showcase women role models so that these women can see, I can become a president. Our president is a woman. It can happen. There are going to be many barriers, but you can be able to make it. So those are my key takeaways. Thank you.
Okay, a lot of food for thought, and I think it also goes back to one, our actions as individuals. When we look at this whole summit, day one, we're talking politics and governance. What did we look at that ensures that we make sure that gender equality is a part of that conversation? If we're going to talk about business, entrepreneurship, the workplace, how safe and how fair are the practices to allow for gender equality to be realized? So we need to know that in the spaces that we occupy, we all have a role to play in realizing gender equality for everyone and a better world for everyone. Do we agree? So now we come to the interesting part, where we now look at, we had team A and B, now is team AB. They are together, but we still need a winner, right? Do we? Then our work is done here. We have convinced everyone that both our sides are valid and we are all winners. Thank you so much. Let's clap hands for our panel. If we could have a group photo of the panel. Thank you so much. Okay. All right, so we move on to the next segment of our Gender Equality Forum, where we are proud to showcase the work that has been happening with the Leader Fellowship. Upstage, we have Yona, who is the coordinator for the Leader Fellowship, and we have two fellows. Please come up front, Martha and Resty and Melad. Please come front so that we have a small discussion and we share our experiences in the fellowship. Please, let's clap hands for them. Okay, so like you heard, the Leader Fellowship is in its second year, and the three are representing the 23 who have been part of the fellowship for the year in the 3 tracks. And before we hear from them, we're going to have a brief clip from the alumni of the fellowship from the first cohort. Are we ready with that clip so that we get to share? Okay.
My name is Dr. Glory Florentine. I'm the coordinator and the director of Minova Mental Health Fellowship. That started its cohort this year, from July until November. We were able to do. My name is Dr. Glory Florentine. I'm the coordinator and the director of Minova Mental Health Fellowship. That started its cohort this year, from July until November. We were able to do the activities in 3 categories: community workshops, university workshops, and also virtual workshops. We were able to reach 100 plus students to train them virtually and physically, but also we were able to reach 1,000 plus community members who got counseling sessions, who were trained to also coach on gender-based violence and mental health. And we were able also to reach 12 regions within Tanzania. And we are planning to reach out to you, especially sub-Saharan African countries, next year for the cohort 2, 2023. So stay tuned. Most of the youth were trained, coached, and mentored in 2 areas: in mental health activities and issues that relate to them, and gender-based violence. So they are pioneering about it. Also, they did campaigns and community activities concerning this. Guess what? There is a lady, and it reached 500 youth in Mara region, just coaching them and training them about mental health and gender-based violence. But also, we were able to do counseling sessions. But also, we opened a clinic that helps and gives free counseling sessions within the community.
Okay. Thank you for that clip. So the clip is showcasing Minova Mental Health Fellowship, which was driven by the need for mental health and gender-based violence advocacy, targeting youths and communities in Tanzania, as well as the wider EAC region. They are providing psychosocial support to GBV survivors and mental health counseling. They employ multimodality workshops that provide increased awareness around mental health and GBV. So basically, this is an initiative that is being supported through the Fellowship Alumni Network, and they have, as she indicated, reached more than 1,000 community members in the last year, and we hope they get to grow. So now I'm going to give at least 2 minutes each to our current cohort of fellows to just share their experiences, what they've gained, and what the fellowship has been and what it has meant for them. Martha.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. My name is Martha Waraga, and I was part of the second cohort of the YouLead Fellowship 2023. So I was under the business and entrepreneurship pillar. So my experience so far with this particular pillar was that I got a chance to interact with other organizations that taught me how to actually run a business within the climate change space. So I'm a climate change advocate and an entrepreneur within the same sector. And so being a part of the business and entrepreneurship cohorts, I managed to learn more about how to run a sustainable or a sustainability-driven business within the sector,
ensure it gets funding, and how to present my business model to investors out there. So far, we managed to present our project in, so my co-founder and I, using the knowledge that we gained from the fellowship, we managed to present the business idea to one of the funders, and so far we're in the second stage. So I would advise anyone out there, if you're 25 years and below, please do join the Lead Her Fellowship, the next cohort that is coming. I promise it will never disappoint you, and it's worth your time. Thank you.
Hello everyone, are we okay? Yeah, my name is Restina Bagala, I'm from Uganda. I'm a founder of a community-based organization called Here for Our Foundation, but I'm also under the Uganda Youth Coalition for SDGs. My journey in the Lead Her Fellowship Cohort 2 has been an amazing one. When a colleague shared with me the link, I well knew this was my match, and the odds were in my favor. I did apply and I was considered. This has been a mind-blowing and positive, challenging mentorship space, I should say, with interaction from various experts in the fields of politics and governance, but also, as you heard previously, personally it has capacitated my research, because the session has not been like feeding pharaohs on a silver platter, but rather you had to go deep and do research. And one of the sessions we had assignments, we had to go and find out the frameworks in our countries with regard to gender equality, and we had to analyze them, find out the loopholes in them, and also work on recommendations. I believe at the end of the day, with guidance from our coordinators and everything, we're going to be able to formulate probably maybe a strategy or what which can be able to include, maybe which we can be able probably to maybe to accord to our respective governments in response to the different frameworks in regards to gender equality. So I would really advise anyone, look out for the call, it's coming out soon, and please do apply, give it your all, be intentional about it, and really you won't regret about the fellowship. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for having me on. First, I would like to express my deeply gratitude for organizer, for the facilitator, and for all of us, the family of Lead Her Fellowship, and especially for our facilitator, Iona. She has been with us for the past 6 months, and she has been dealing with us, and she has been supporting us, she has been empowering, capacitating us. So I would love to really express my immense respect and gratitude to you, as well as to your colleagues. So my experience as a Lead Her Fellow under Pillar of Peace and Security was profound. We have been able to get an opportunity to meet people in peace and security, experts from different organizations, and that helps us to broaden our horizon. We are 23 under Lead Her Fellowship, and we all have experience working on grassroots level of the community. And after getting this fellowship, we get an opportunity to be more empowered, to capacitate, which we'll be giving directly to our community. So through 23 Lead Her Fellowship, we have been also addressing thousands of people where they have been working. So I believe that there are women in East Africa, South, West Africa, with amazing qualities, and also with the great works. So on next year, I also suggest I might ask my fellows, just please do apply under for this fellowship. And I also do believe that it broaden your horizon, and also it will help you to act locally, to focus on your community, to understand your community, but also to think more globally, because we have been also experiencing exploring gender frameworks and other also policies, so that you act locally and you understand your community more, but also you also broaden your horizon to think globally. And I'm so deeply grateful for all experiences, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So now I'm going to ask you ladies to stand up, and I'm also going to ask Mr. Samuel Musyoki and Mama Makena to come through as we hand over the graduation certificates for these 3 fellows, and as they represent the graduation of this second cohort. Can you please come through to the stage? Please, let's give them a round of applause as they come through. Okay, you can stand here. Okay. Martha, you can take your certificate and stand with Mr. Musyoki and get your picture. Thank you. Resty. I think one thing we need to acknowledge is, imagine running a fellowship across 16 countries, different time zones, and getting the time for a whole year. They really put in the work, and for that we are quite proud. Lastly, Mallet. No, please don't go. Resting, don't go. No, we want to take pictures with everyone. Time. Okay, thank you. I think we can have a group photo. Alrighty. Come through, get a group photo. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time. Yeah, sure. All right. So as they are now alumni, they are no longer fellows. As they leave the stage, I would like to encourage all the young women to go to the YouLead website. Once the call is out for the 3rd cohort, apply and share with others so that you can also join this group of young women in the different tracks. And with that, we come to the end of our Gender Equality Forum. Thank you so much for your time. Would like to build the conversation further. Everyone who was up front is a gender advocate. So let us have that conversation. Let us grow. Let us also work in the spaces that we are in, and remembering that a gender equal world is a better world for all of us. Thank you so much. I hand over back.
Another round of applause to Chipo and the entire team. Plan International, wonderful team at the regional level, at the global level, at the country level. They're doing a wonderful job. And at this point, I'm going to kindly allow Patience. Patience, kindly run forward. On behalf of all of us, to the Plan International team, Patience has a few words of gratitude to share.
Thank you so much, Franklin. A very warm afternoon to each and every one of you. My name is Patience Alaso from Uganda, and I do mentorship and coaching for the young people with an organization called Junior Achievement Uganda, and I'm also an eye upshifter with UNICEF Uganda. So what has brought me here specifically is to actually congratulate the Lead Her Fellows. Congratulations to you once again. Thank you for taking this one step that is a remarkable journey for all the young people like ourselves. I do take this opportune moment to appreciate Plan International. A round of applause for Plan International. We have worked with Plan International under an organization called Youth Go Green. It is an organization that pushes further the Sustainable Development Goals, and we worked with them previously when we had the run for the 7th SDG, and that is access to affordable and clean energy. So I believe gender equality is a matter that concerns you. It concerns me, not only the women, but the men as well. Because what affects the women affects the men. If I'm angry at home, you will not have supper, right? So what I'm trying to bring across is, these are matters that concern each one of us, and again, I appreciate the Gender Equality Forum for bringing on a very amazing and fantabulous session. Thank you so much, and I do call upon each and every young person to get engaged and get informed about the same, because the generation we are leading today is a foundation, and what we are doing is creating a platform that is sustainable for all the other people. I'm very proud of being part of YouLead. I hope you are. Thank you so much. Okay, as I wrap up, I feel like we need to appreciate ourselves in a very special way, okay? So when I say, we are going to do the hashtag, but in form of a hand clap. So when I say you, we clap once, right? When I say lead, we pa, 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 okay? So you once, lead 4 times. Okay? Then 2023, when I mentioned 2023, we do it like so. Ready? Are we ready? When I say you, we clap once. Lead, pa, 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 pa. 2023, pa, 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 pa. Are we ready? Are we ready? You, lead. Lead. 23. Okay, that was okay. We'll get better. Thank you, Franklin.
Let's give Patience a hand. Mic check 1, 2. We are done for day 3. Mic check. We are done for day 3. Tomorrow we have the post-summit agenda, a very important session, and that session actually documents the action plan for each and every one of us in our organizations as individuals as we leave Nairobi, okay? So that is a working session, and the organizers have deliberately planned it as a working session. So come, having put on your thinking caps, whatever we have been discussing now has to be put into action, okay? What are we going to do, you and I, for the next 11 months till we meet again? It could be in Arusha, could be in Kigali, could be in Kampala, or it could be in any other city in East and Central Africa, okay? So kindly let us remember that. Let's come on time. Hashtag YouLead23, as Patience has reminded us. Finally, I would love us to stand up and do something. Just rise up as we end. This evening is for you to explore Nairobi, and that's why they are leaving us early, okay? To explore Nairobi, get to add your contact list. I've met with people who have accumulated over 30 contacts, okay? Over 30 new phone numbers, okay? So this is the time. There are people who have come all the way. And allow me to put this gentleman on the spot before we do this activity. Allow me to call him up front, okay? The gentleman from Unitar, kindly just come. Allow me to put you on the spot, okay? And I give you a mic. Mic check. Some of you may not know what UNITAR is. I'll allow him to just tell you what UNITAR is and where he's based and his colleague.
Hello, everyone. Is this on? Hi. My name is Anton Ingstedt. I'm from UNITAR, the United Nations Institute for Training and Research. Thank you, much better. We're a UN organization, one of the training arms of the United Nations, working specifically on capacity building, learning, training, and education. I'm from the Youth and Women's Empowerment team, so precisely in the intersection of topics for this week.
Awesome. From which city?
From Sala, in Sweden. It's a tiny little village.
Which country?
Sweden.
Sweden, okay? So we have people all the way from Sweden. Let's give Anton a hand. So kindly.
Thank you to Nairobi and to YouLead and the EAC for hosting me and UNITAR, of course.
Thank you for coming up. I just put you on the spot because he's among the people who have traveled farthest, okay? So kindly, let us network. We're giving you this time to network. Get to know as many people who can help you in your area of work. And not just, and by help, we don't need resources, okay? There's so much more, okay? Networking and capacity building. So, final activity for today. All of us are this book, okay? Are we seeing this book? Are we seeing it? You can see it at the back? You can see it? So whatever this book does, we do, okay? Are we together? Are we together? Aha, again. Some people at the back there are trying to see. You can't see it here. Ah, good, good. Okay. That's the easy part, okay? Now, as you leave here today, kindly, we are requesting, get to know each other, network. This is the time, it's before 5 p.m. You're being given this time to network, and tomorrow when we come, think together of what we're going to do to push over the agenda to make sure that we are implementing what we have learned today. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow. DJ.